I don't know if it was the silence that got to me first or the way the trees seemed to lean a little too close as if listening, but I do know this. The moment I turned off the highway and onto that cracked two-lane road leading toward the forgotten campground, something in my chest sank in a way I couldn't explain. My name is Daniel Harris. I was 42 that summer, tired from years of trying to put my life back together after a divorce that left me hollow. I thought an RV trip might help. The plan was simple: drive until I felt the weight slide off, pull into some quiet place, and let the woods remind me who I was before I started losing myself. I didn't expect to find Lantern Creek. The name had come up casually when I stopped for gas in a town I'd never heard of, Ashford Bend. A cashier, a woman in her late 60s with a voice that trembled just enough to make me lean in, mentioned it when I asked about nearby campgrounds. "There's the state park up north," she said, tapping her pen against the counter. "But if you want quiet, real quiet, there's Lantern Creek. Haven't seen anyone camp there in years, though. Not since the fire." I should have asked more questions. I should have paid attention to the way her eyes drifted toward the floor when she said, "The fire." But the thought of being alone, really alone, felt like medicine I couldn't refuse. By the time I pulled the RV down the narrow dirt road, the sun had already begun its slow collapse behind the tree line. The air was heavier there, not with humidity, but with a stillness that didn't belong to summer evenings. I parked in what must have been the central lot once, now just gravel pressed into the earth, grass reclaiming its edges. The picnic tables were gray with rot. One of them collapsed like an old animal's rib cage. The only thing that looked untouched by time was the lantern hanging from a crooked post near the camp office. Its glass was blackened, but the brass frame still caught the dying light in a way that made me stare longer than I meant to. The first night was uneventful, though unease seeped through the cracks. I cooked on the small stove inside the RV, then sat outside with a folding chair, staring into the dark. The woods here didn't sound like the woods I knew. No chirping insects, no rustle of nocturnal life, just the occasional groan of the trees, as if something was moving deep inside them, shifting weight. I told myself it was nothing. I forced myself to breathe. But sometime around midnight, I woke to the faint glow outside. At first, I thought the moon had risen, but the light was too close, too deliberate. I stepped to the small window and saw it. Right where the crooked post stood, the lantern now shone. It didn't flicker like fire should. It pulsed, like a living thing inhaling and exhaling. I didn't go outside, not that night. I told myself it must have been some trick of reflection, the way headlights carry across surfaces you don't expect. I hadn't seen another car for hours, but denial was easier than panic. I lay back down, eyes fixed on the ceiling, waiting for sleep to take me like a rope pulling me underwater. When morning came, the lantern was dark again. I told myself I'd imagined it. That's what we do when the world tries to tell us something we don't want to hear. We rearrange the truth into shapes we can live with. I made coffee. I walked the gravel lot. I even convinced myself to check out the lake trail that wound down from the old office. The water there was green with algae, thick enough that dragonflies skimmed its surface like glass. At the edge of the lake stood 3 burned posts, all that remained of what must have been a dock. The wood was charred black, but it hadn't crumbled. It stood upright, stubborn against the years. That was when I noticed it. The smell. At first I thought it was just wet earth, but then it sharpened. Smoke. Not fresh, but clinging, like clothes that had been too close to a bonfire weeks ago. The lake water rippled, though there was no wind, and I backed away before I realized I'd even started moving. By the second night, my denial was cracking. I heard it this time. Not just silence, not just the absence of animals. There were footsteps, soft, measured, moving around the RV. I sat in the dark, every muscle tight, afraid to breathe too loud. When I finally dared peek through the blinds, nothing was there. No glow, no figure, just empty woods. But the smell of smoke drifted in through the vents. I should have left. I told myself that a dozen times, even packed up some things before dawn, but something in me resisted. It wasn't pride. It wasn't stupidity. It was that pull, the same pull that made me drive here in the first place, as if the woods weren't done with me yet, as if leaving would mean I'd never know what story the land was trying to tell. That evening, I decided to stay outside longer. I lit a small fire in the pit near my RV, the flame thin but steady. It gave me courage. I told myself if there was light of my own, maybe theirs wouldn't come. Maybe it would keep whatever haunted this place at a distance. But around 11, the glow came back. This time, it wasn't by the post. It was deeper along the trail to the lake, a warm, steady lantern glow moving between the trees. Not fast, not slow, just enough to suggest a hand holding it, a body walking where no body should be. I stood. My fire popped, embers spitting into the dirt. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the RV, to lock the door, to wait until morning. But my legs didn't listen. I followed. The deeper I went, the stronger the smell became. Smoke and something sweet, like sap burning. My throat tightened. My eyes watered. The glow moved ahead of me, never too far, always just enough that I could see it but not reach it. And then it stopped, right at the edge of the lake. The lantern sat on the burned post, steady and bright, but no one was there to set it down. The water rippled again, and this time from the center of the lake, bubbles rose, breaking the green surface. Something beneath stirred, heavy, deliberate. I froze. The lantern flared, brighter than before, its light reflecting in the water until the whole lake looked aflame. And in that reflection, just for a moment, I swore I saw them. Faces. Dozens of them. Eyes wide, mouths open, reaching up through the water as if calling for air they'd never find. I stumbled back, choking on the smoke that wasn't there, and tripping over roots until I crashed hard against the earth. The lantern went dark. The lake stilled, and the woods swallowed the sound like it had never happened at all. I don't know how long I lay there, listening to my own heart pound in my chest, but when I finally made it back to the RV, the fire I'd lit was out. Not burned down. Out, like water had smothered it. The wood was still wet to the touch. That was the first night I realized I wasn't just camping. I was being called. I barely slept after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those faces in the water, their mouths opening in silent screams, their hands reaching. By morning, I felt hollow, like whatever I'd seen had pulled something out of me I couldn't get back. Still, the sun was a relief. The woods looked different with light filtering through them, safer, more familiar, as though they were trying to convince me the night had been some elaborate dream. But there was no denying the fire pit. The wood was still damp, my lighter still in my pocket, and no rain had fallen. I crouched by it for a long while, my hands hovering just above the wet logs, waiting for some rational explanation to come to me. None did. I walked the lot again, this time paying closer attention. The camp office was locked tight. Windows boarded up with warped plywood, but on one panel the nails had been pulled just enough to leave a crack. I pressed my eye against it. Inside, everything was coated with a film of dust, folded maps on a counter, a rack of pamphlets collapsed to one side, an overturned chair. But what made me step back was the wall. It was covered with photographs, most of them blackened around the edges. The fire had touched them, but enough of each picture remained that I could make out what they were. Families. Smiling at picnic tables, kids running near the lake. A man crouched beside a lantern on a post, his grin too wide, too forced. I shivered and pulled away. The second day dragged. I tried to distract myself, made a sandwich, read a book, even sat in the RV pretending to plan my next stop. But underneath it all was that pulse, that certainty I wasn't alone here. And as dusk settled, I already knew the lantern would return. It did. This time I didn't wait inside. I opened the RV door and stepped into the night air before the glow even appeared, as though meeting an appointment I hadn't agreed to. The silence was thicker, pressing against my ears until the smallest sounds, my boots on the gravel, the faint hum of the RV's battery, felt magnified. Then, down by the lake trail, the glow sparked to life. I didn't follow right away. I stood rooted, watching, my fists clenched. It pulsed again, inhaling and exhaling. And then I heard it, something new. A crackling. Not the snap of branches or the shift of animals. Fire. Controlled, deliberate, the way kindling sounds when it catches. My throat tightened as the smell returned, sharper this time, stinging the inside of my nose. The glow moved, and against every instinct, I followed again. The path was the same, roots twisting across dirt, brush crowding close, but the sounds were different. Beneath the crackle of fire came another noise, low voices, dozens of them, whispering together like dry leaves scraping across stone. I strained to make out words but couldn't. They seemed to come from all directions, circling me, pressing me deeper into the trail until the trees opened and the lake spread before me. The lantern sat on the burned post once again, but this time something stood beside it, a figure. At first it looked like nothing more than smoke, the outline of a body wavering as though made from mist. But as my eyes adjusted, I could see details, shoulders hunched, head bowed, an arm hanging close to where the lantern glowed. I froze. Every part of me screamed to run, but I couldn't. The figure raised its head slowly, too slowly, like movement underwater. There was no face, just a blur of features melting into shadow. Still, I felt its gaze on me, heavy, expectant. The whispers grew louder, and then the lantern flared again. The lake burst with reflected light, fire spilling across the water's surface, though nothing burned. From beneath, the bubbles rose again, dozens of them, until the faces appeared, clearer this time, closer. Children and adults both, their mouths moving as though chanting words I couldn't hear. Their arms reached up, not for air, but for me. I staggered back, choking on the smoke filling my lungs, though no flames touched me. The figure by the lantern shifted, taking a single step toward me. Its arm rose, pointing. Behind me, something cracked. I spun, and for the first time, I saw them. Not faces in water, not shadows in smoke, but people. Half seen, half there, drifting between the trees. Their outlines shimmered, broken by flickers of flame that crawled across their forms but never consumed them. Their mouths moved in unison, a soft chant threading through the night. I ran. Roots tore at my boots, branches whipped my face, but I didn't care. The whispers followed, gaining strength, carrying with me all the way to the gravel lot. When I reached the RV, the door was already open. I was sure I'd closed it. Inside, everything smelled of smoke. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and sank against the wall, gasping for air that refused to fill me. The silence returned slowly, the whispers fading, the glow gone. But the smell lingered. I didn't sleep that night either. I sat at the table, staring at the dark window, listening for footsteps, for voices, for anything. Nothing came. But at dawn, when I finally opened the door to breathe fresh air, I saw something that made my stomach twist. On the gravel, right outside the RV, someone had drawn a circle in ash. Inside the circle sat a lantern, unlit. I didn't touch it. I couldn't. I just stood there, staring down at it, wondering how it had moved, who had placed it there, and more importantly, what it wanted from me. By midday, the heat was unbearable. I tried to distract myself again, walking to the far side of the lot, but no matter where I went, I felt watched. Not in the vague way we sometimes sense eyes on us, but in a crushing, undeniable way, as if every tree leaned in to witness me. And when I returned to the RV, the lantern was gone, not knocked over, not broken, gone as though it had never been there. Only the ash circle remained. I packed. I told myself it was time to leave, that I'd pushed far enough. My hands shook as I shoved supplies into bins, slamming cabinet doors, rolling cords. I could almost feel the relief of the highway waiting for me, of sunlight cutting through the windshield, of distance. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine didn't start. Not even a click. The battery was fine. I'd checked it just the day before. The fuel was full. There was no reason for silence. But no matter how many times I turned the key, the RV sat lifeless, as though refusing to carry me away. I felt the heat of panic rise, sweat beating at my neck. I stepped out, slamming the door, pacing across the lot, and that was when I saw it. Down the trail, the lantern glowed again, not pulsing this time, burning, fierce and steady, a beacon that left no room for denial. And behind it, through the trees, I thought I saw movement. A dozen lanterns, faint at first, then clearer, lining the trail toward the lake like a procession. I knew then this wasn't about me stumbling into a haunted place. This was about being chosen, pulled. And whatever waited at the lake wasn't done calling me. I wanted to believe it was exhaustion, that my mind was inventing things after too many nights of broken sleep, but there was no mistaking what I saw. One lantern glowing steady on the burned post by the lake trail, and more beyond it, one after another, forming a crooked line into the trees. They swayed slightly, as if carried by unseen hands. The air thickened with that scent again. Smoke, but deeper this time, heavier, like a house fire soaked into brick and plaster. My throat burned with it, even though no flames touched the air. The RV sat useless behind me, a hulk of silence, and I knew I had no choice. I picked up my flashlight, though part of me already knew it wouldn't help, and I stepped toward the trail. The gravel under my boots sounded deafening in the silence. I tried to move quietly, but each step cracked through the air like bone snapping. The first lantern glowed bright, steady as fire should be. But when I reached for it, my hand passed right through. Heat licked my skin, but there was nothing solid, no glass, no brass, just light suspended in air. My stomach nodded, but I pushed on. Each lantern ahead flared as I approached, then dimmed behind me, until the woods were lit only in the direction I walked. It felt like a funnel closing, guiding me where it wanted. And then I heard it again. The voices. Not whispers this time. Low, steady, chanting, carrying words I couldn't quite understand. They rose and fell like wind through hollow logs, like fire roaring in a chimney. The closer I moved to the lake, the louder they became, weaving with the smoke until it felt like the whole forest breathed around me. When the trees finally broke open, I froze. The lake was no longer still. Fire licked across its surface, weaving patterns of light and shadow. The dock posts burned, black flames curling around them, but never consuming the wood. And gathered at the edge of the water were figures, dozens of them. They weren't solid. They flickered in and out, some clear as though alive, others nothing but silhouettes rimmed with fire. Men, women, children. Their mouths moved in unison, the chant steady and relentless. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. My body trembled as if the very air pinned me where I stood. At the center of it all stood the smoke figure I'd seen before. This time, its form was stronger, clearer. Shoulders squared, arms long, its head tilting toward me as if measuring my weight. In its hand, the lantern burned brighter than ever. It raised it high, and the chanting stopped. The silence that followed crushed me harder than any noise could. The figure turned its head toward the lake, and the water stirred. The faces rose again, not just reflections now, but full bodies pushing against the surface as though trapped just beneath. Their eyes glowed faint orange, their mouths opened in a single silent wail. And then I realized they weren't reaching for air, they were reaching for me. The figure stepped closer, and though its face was still blurred, I felt its intention. It wanted me to step forward, to join. My chest seized with panic. I stumbled back, whispering no, under my breath like a prayer. And then just behind me, a voice whispered back, "Daniel." I spun, heart lurching. No one was there, only the trees, dark and silent, but the voice had been real, a woman's voice, familiar in a way that made my gut twist. It came again. Daniel. This time I knew it, my ex-wife's voice, soft, broken, the way it had sounded the night we signed the papers. My head spun, breath catching. She wasn't here. She couldn't be. And yet her voice wrapped around me, pulling me back toward the lake. I staggered, torn between running and collapsing. The figure lifted the lantern higher, its glow spilling across the ground, reaching for my feet. And then something strange happened. The fire didn't burn. It warmed, like a hearth, like home, like the comfort I hadn't felt in years. For a moment, just a moment, I wanted to step forward. But then the faces in the water screamed, not sound, not out loud, but inside my skull. A single wail that split me apart, begging me not to, begging me to resist. My knees buckled. I don't know how I broke free, but suddenly I was running. My flashlight clattered against my chest, my boots tearing through brush, branches clawing at my arms. Behind me, the chanting swelled again, faster now, urgent. Lanterns flared on either side of the trail, closing in like a tunnel of fire. I kept running until the gravel crunched beneath me, until the lot opened, until I saw the useless RV waiting in the dark. I didn't stop. I ran past it toward the road, desperate for open space, for distance, for air. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I didn't care. When I finally slowed, I realized something terrible. I hadn't reached the road. I was back at the lake. The trees had shifted, folding around me, dragging me back where they wanted. The lanterns ringed the water now, a perfect circle, all burning in unison. The figures stood shoulder to shoulder, their mouths moving, their eyes fixed on me. At the center, the smoke figure lowered the lantern. The flames across the lake extinguished in an instant, plunging everything into a darkness so deep it felt alive. For a heartbeat, I thought it was over, that they had taken me without fire, that this was death. But then, one by one, the lanterns lit again, and each one held a face inside. Not flames, not reflections. Faces pressed against the glass, eyes wide, mouths open. Children, parents, strangers. And one I recognized. Her, my ex-wife, her eyes burning, her mouth shaping my name in silence. I collapsed to my knees, my chest heaved, my vision swam, my body begged to shut down. But the figure raised its lantern once more, and the circle of lights brightened until all I saw was fire. The voices chanted louder, the smoke pressed closer about, and I understood something with a clarity that shook me to the bone. They weren't just showing me, they were asking me to carry it, to take the fire, to bring it beyond the lake, beyond Lantern Creek. I screamed, a raw, broken sound that tore through the night. And for the first time, the chanting faltered. The lanterns flickered. The smoke figure tilted its head as though surprised. The faces in the glass pressed harder, cracks splintering across their prisons of light. And then everything went dark. When the darkness came, it wasn't like closing your eyes. It was thicker, alive, pressing against my skin like damp cloth. I couldn't tell if I was standing or floating. The ground was gone, the trees gone, even the air gone. The only thing left was the sound of my own heart hammering, echoing far too loud in the void. And then footsteps, not around me, beneath me, as if the earth itself was walking, carrying me somewhere I had no say in. My chest tightened, my breath shallow. For a moment I thought maybe I'd blacked out, maybe I'd fallen asleep, and this was a dream, but the burn in my lungs reminded me it was real, too real. When light finally returned, it wasn't the lanterns. It was fire. I stood at the edge of a campground I didn't recognize. Though part of me knew it was Lantern Creek, years ago, everything was whole. Cabins intact, tables freshly painted, grass trimmed, families moved about, laughing, setting up tents, children running barefoot through the grass. A man in a ranger's hat waved from the camp office porch, clipboard in hand, but everything burned. The fire licked across buildings, trailed through the grass, clung to clothing, to skin, yet no one screamed. No one noticed. They smiled, laughed, roasted marshmallows over pits that were already infernos. The children's faces glowed orange, but their joy never faltered. It was a memory soaked in gasoline, and I was being forced to watch. I turned in circles, trying to find a way out, but every direction was flame. My throat caught with smoke, though the others breathed easy. And then I saw them, the lanterns hanging from posts, glowing steady among the fire. Inside each one, the faces twisted in agony. Some I'd seen in the water. Others were new. All pressed against the glass, mouths opening in eternal cries. The smoke figure stood at the center of the camp, lantern raised high. It looked stronger now, more human, though its features were still blurred. And for the first time I heard its voice. Low, resonant, a rumble that shook my bones. Carry. That one word ripped through me. My knees buckled, my hands went to my ears, but the sound wasn't outside, it was inside, vibrating in my skull. No, I gasped. No, I don't want. The fire surged, closing in. The people burned, but still smiled, still moved like puppets strung too tight. The figure stepped closer, lantern swinging like a pendulum, each sway pulling me forward whether I wanted it or not. Carrie. I shook my head, teeth clenched, tears burning down my cheeks. My ex-wife's face flashed in the glass of one lantern, her lips shaping my name again. My gut twisted. She wasn't dead, she was alive somewhere far from here. And yet here she was, trapped in this impossible prison. I wanted to believe it was a trick, but the way her eyes pleaded shattered me. The voices swelled. Not whispers, not chants. Screams. The glass lanterns rattled, cracks spreading as the faces inside clawed at the barrier. The figure thrust the lantern toward me, closer, closer, until the heat seared my skin. Carrie! I fell back, scrambling across ash and gravel. My hand landed on something hard, my flashlight. I hadn't realized I still held it. Desperate, I flicked it on and shone it straight into the figure's blur of a face. It recoiled. The scream that followed wasn't one voice, it was hundreds, layered together, tearing through the burning illusion. The figure staggered, the lantern flickering in its hand. For the first time since I'd arrived, I felt control. Weak, fragile, but mine. I surged to my feet, light trembling in my grip, and pushed forward. Each time the beam hit the lanterns, the faces screamed louder, glass cracking wider, flames sputtering. The camp around me rippled, burning one moment, gone the next, as though memory itself was unraveling. The figure roared again, swinging the lantern in wide arcs, fire spilling like waves. But I kept moving, flashlight cutting through, beam steady even as my hand shook. When I reached the lake, the vision split wide open, the fire vanished. The cabins collapsed back into ruin. The smiling families were gone. I stood once more at the burned posts. The water still, the lantern circle dim. The figure loomed before me, weakened, flickering like smoke about to vanish. The lantern in its hand faltered, light sputtering. And through the cracks I saw the faces again, my ex-wife's among them. Her eyes locked on mine. This time she wasn't pleading, she was warning. I understood. This wasn't about carrying their fire. It was about carrying their prison. Every soul bound to that light was waiting for someone foolish enough to take it beyond the lake, to spread it, to keep the curse alive. I raised the flashlight higher, beam piercing the lantern's heart. The glass split, fractures webbing out until it shattered with a sound like 1,000 screams breaking free. The figure screamed too. Its form tore apart, smoke ripping in every direction. Lantern light exploding into sparks that shot across the water before vanishing into night. The faces dissolved, their cries fading into silence. For the first time, real silence. The lanterns around the lake went out. Every one of them. The figure collapsed into itself, a swirl of ash vanishing into the earth, and I was left alone. I don't remember stumbling back to the RV. I don't remember crawling inside, slamming the door, collapsing onto the floor. All I remember is waking at dawn to birdsong. Real birds, alive, filling the woods with sound for the first time since I'd arrived. The air smelled of pine and dirt, not smoke. The circle of ash outside the RV was gone. The crooked post by the office stood empty, its lantern missing. And when I turned the key in the ignition, the RV roared to life on the first try. I should have left then, should have driven without stopping until asphalt stretched for miles behind me. But I sat there, hands gripping the wheel, staring at the trees. Because even though the lantern was gone, even though the voices had silenced, I still felt it. A warmth in my chest, a flicker in my ribs, a glow that wasn't mine. And I knew the fire hadn't died. It had followed me. The highway felt unreal beneath the tires. Asphalt humming, sun glaring across the windshield, trucks roaring past in the opposite lane. Normal life, ordinary life. I should have felt relief, but all I felt was dislocation. Like I'd walked out of someone else's nightmare and back into a world that wasn't mine anymore. For the first hour, I drove without pause, eyes fixed ahead, fingers clenched too tight around the wheel. Every mile I put between myself and Lantern Creek should have loosened the knot in my chest, but it didn't. If anything, it grew tighter, because the warmth was still there. Not the warmth of relief or comfort, but something hotter, coiled deep inside my ribs, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. It hadn't faded since I left the lake. It hadn't faded when the RV started or when the forest slipped into the rear view. It was moving with me. At a rest stop outside a town called Brookridge, I finally pulled over. My legs shook as I stepped out, the heat of the day already heavy on my skin. The lot was scattered with travelers, families unloading coolers, truckers stretching beside their rigs, a young couple sitting cross-legged on the grass sharing fries. Normal. So normal it made me ache. I went into the restroom, splashed cold water on my face, and stared at my reflection. At first, it was just me, bloodshot eyes, stubble, the tired face of a man who hadn't slept right in days. But then, as the water dripped down my chin, I saw it. A flicker. Not in the room behind me, not in the mirror itself, inside my eyes. For the briefest second, they glowed faint orange, like embers hidden in ash. I staggered back, palms pressed to the sink, heart hammering. No, no, no. When I blinked, they were normal again, just my eyes. But the warmth in my chest pulsed harder, as if mocking my denial. I left the restroom quickly, head down back to the RV. As I passed the couple on the grass, one of them lifted their head. A boy, maybe 20, hair falling across his face. His smile froze when his gaze met mine. "Hey," he said softly, more to himself than to me. "Do you smell smoke?" My chest locked. The girl beside him sniffed the air, frowning. "Yeah, like wood burning." She turned her head, scanning the lot. "Weird. It's too hot for anyone to have a fire going." I walked faster, forcing myself not to look back. Inside the RV, the air was thick, stifling. I cranked the windows open, blasted the fans, but the smell was there too. Faint, almost undetectable, but present. Smoke clinging to everything I touched. I drove again, further west, trying to outrun it. But that night, parked in a campground with 10 other RVs and trailers, I learned the truth. It followed me. I'd just begun to doze when the knock came. Not sharp, not urgent. Soft, rhythmic, like knuckles brushing wood in a steady pattern. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding. At first I thought it was someone outside, maybe a late arrival looking for directions. But when I checked the window, no one was there. The lot was quiet, moonlight painting silver across the rows of vehicles. Then I heard it again. Not at the door this time. Inside. From the small cabinet above the stove. A faint knock, then another, like something trapped inside. My stomach turned cold. Slowly, I crossed the RV, reached up and pulled the cabinet open. Empty. But as soon as the door swung wide, heat rushed out. A wave of warmth against my face, so strong I staggered back. And at the far corner of the cabinet, for the briefest second, I saw it. A glow. Small. Orange. Fading before I could process it. I slammed the cabinet shut, every nerve screaming. My hands trembled as I backed away, whispering to myself like a fool. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next morning, the campground buzzed with uneasy talk. A family in the row behind me said their youngest woke screaming about faces in the window. A retired couple mentioned smelling smoke in the night. One man swore he saw a lantern glowing near the tree line, though he'd been too tired to check. I kept silent, packed up fast, and left before anyone else stirred. The warmth pulsed harder as I drove, like it was pleased, like it was growing. Days blurred together after that. I kept moving, never staying in one place more than a night. Small towns, empty lots, gas stations. No matter where I went, the signs followed. Smoke in the air when no fire burned, flickers of light in mirrors and windows, whispers at the edge of sleep, and always, always, the warmth in my chest, spreading, tightening, threatening to spill over. One night, I parked on the shoulder of a desert highway, miles from the nearest town. The stars stretched endless above me, the silence vast and clean. I thought maybe, finally, I'd shaken it. But at 2 a.m, I woke to heat. Not from the air, but from inside. My skin burned, sweat pouring down my temples, chest tight as though something inside me pressed to break free. I stumbled outside, gasping for air, knees hitting the gravel. And there, in the dust before me, a lantern flared to life. Its glow wasn't steady now. It pulsed with my heartbeat, every surge of blood matched by a burst of light. And inside the glass, faces pressed close, mouths opening in silent demand. Not strangers this time. My own. Dozens of them. Me at 12, wide-eyed and lost. Me at 20, angry and unmoored. Me at 30, holding my newborn son. Me at 42, broken after the divorce. My own faces stacked inside the lantern, each one staring, each one pleading. "Carrie," they mouthed together. My chest seared with pain, so sharp I screamed into the night. The lantern flared brighter, cracks spreading across its surface, light spilling through. I fell forward, palms scraping gravel, lungs on fire. When the glow dimmed, the lantern was gone. Only the smell of smoke remained, drifting across the desert air. I crawled back inside the RV, collapsed against the door, and wept. Not because I was afraid, because I finally understood. I hadn't destroyed it at Lantern Creek. I'd only released it, and now it lived in me. I stopped running. There comes a point where exhaustion outweighs fear, where every mile driven only tightens the noose. I knew it the morning I found ash on my pillow. Not soot from some careless stove, not dust. Ash, gray and soft, smeared across the sheets where I'd been sleeping. It wasn't waiting for me to stop. It was already inside. So I turned back. Not to Lantern Creek, I couldn't force myself to return there yet, but to the edges of it, to the forests and roads that led into its shadow. I parked at small trailheads, hiked short distances, listened for whispers. Each night, the fire pressed harder, the warmth swelling until I thought my ribs would split. And each night, I dreamed of the lantern, always glowing, always full of faces, always waiting. By the third week, I couldn't eat without tasting smoke, couldn't drink without smelling char. My reflection flickered in every surface, haloed with orange light. Strangers avoided me. Clerks at gas stations refused to meet my eyes. A child pointed at me once and said, "He's burning." His mother yanked him away before I could respond. I knew then I couldn't carry it forever. It was feeding on me, growing stronger, and sooner or later it would spill into the world again. So I made a choice. I would end it, or it would end me. I drove back to Lantern Creek. The road looked different, narrower, swallowed by green. Branches arched low as if the forest leaned closer, listening. I parked at the gate and walked in, pack slung over my shoulder, lantern in hand. Not the cursed one, it had never been mine to hold, but a simple camping lantern, fueled and ready. I needed light that belonged to me. The campground was empty, though the season should have been full. Sites stood abandoned, fire rings choked with weeds. The lake lay flat and black, reflecting nothing, as if it too had been drained of life. I walked to the stump where I'd first seen it. My skin prickled before I reached it. The air thickened, heat shimmering above the ground. And there it was. The lantern. Not waiting in the shadows, not hiding. Sitting bold atop the stump, glass cracked, flame inside roaring brighter than I'd ever seen. Faces pressed against the glass, dozens, hundreds, twisting and shifting, mouths opening in a chorus of silent demand. I set down my pack, my own lantern, and stood before it. "I know what you are now," I whispered, voice shaking. "You don't follow people. You live in them, feed on them, carry them until there's nothing left." The glass pulsed. Heat surged across my face. The flame inside split for a moment and died, shaping into a figure, a silhouette of me. "You want me." The lantern flared so bright I staggered back, shielding my eyes. My chest seized, heat clawing to escape. It felt like fire trying to erupt from my lungs, to leap from my skin. "No," I shouted. "You don't get to live in me. Not anymore." I yanked open my pack, pulled free a canister of fuel and a heavy blanket. My plan was simple, maybe foolish. Overwhelm it with its own hunger. Burn it out until nothing remained. I doused the stump, the ground, even my own lantern. The air filled with the sharp tang of fuel. My hands shook as I struck the lighter flame, blooming small and fragile in the dark. But before I could drop it, the cursed lantern screamed. Not with sound, its glass couldn't hold a voice, but with pressure. Heat exploded outward, knocking me to my knees. The faces inside pressed harder, dozens becoming one. My own face stared back, eyes glowing white-hot, mouth open in a snarl. The fire in my chest ignited. I felt it then, not metaphor, not imagination. Real flames licking up my ribs, searing my throat, spilling from my mouth in a cough of sparks. I collapsed forward, hands clawing the dirt. The lantern shook on the stump, its flame surging higher, feeding on me. And in that moment, I understood the choice. Either let it take me, let it hollow me out, make me a vessel for its hunger, or burn with it, consume us both. I chose fire. With the last strength I had, I hurled my own lantern against the stump. Glass shattered, fuel spraying, light colliding with light. I dropped the lighter into the mess and the world exploded. Flame roared skyward, hotter than anything I'd ever felt, devouring stump, ground, cursed glass. I was caught in it, swallowed, lungs screaming, skin blistering. But beneath the pain was release. The warmth inside me tore free, surging outward into the inferno, pulled into the blaze. The lantern shrieked, not with sound, but with collapse. Its glass fractured, splintered, burst. Faces screamed and dissolved, streams of light rushing into the fire until nothing remained. And then silence. The flames died all at once, snuffed like a candle. The clearing fell dark. Smoke hung in the air, acrid and heavy, but no glow remained. The stump was gone, blackened to ash. The lantern, both lanterns were gone too. I lay on the ground, body trembling, skin scorched but alive. My chest was hollow, not with absence, but with peace. For the first time in weeks, I felt nothing inside me but my own heartbeat. The curse was gone, or so I thought. Because as I staggered to my feet, ready to limp back to the RV, I saw them. Shapes in the trees, not glowing, not burning, just watching. Dozens of figures, faces pale, eyes dark, standing silent among the trunks. The ones who hadn't escaped, the ones who had carried it before me. They didn't move, didn't speak, just watched as I passed, their stillness heavier than fire. And in that stillness, I understood something worse than the curse itself. The lantern might be gone, but the hunger wasn't. It had been here long before me, long before any camper lit a fire at Lantern Creek. I had only burned one vessel, one shape. The forest itself still held it, and one day it would find another flame. I didn't run as I left the clearing. My legs shook, my lungs burned, but I walked steady. Every step mattered, measured, deliberate. I wasn't running from it anymore. I wasn't running from anything. Back at the RV, dawn bled pale across the treetops. The engine coughed once, twice, then started. The sound was thin, ordinary, a heartbeat of a machine that had carried me farther than I deserved. I gripped the wheel, looked once more at the forest behind me, and drove. The miles passed quiet. No warmth pressed at my ribs, no whisper rose from the cabinets, no glow flickered at the edges of my vision. It felt wrong, at first like a silence too deep to trust. But by the time the sun broke full over the highway, I knew. The fire was gone. Still, I couldn't shake what I'd seen in the trees. The silent shapes, watching. Faces emptied of life but still tethered to the forest. Not cursed anymore, but not free either. And that haunted me worse than the flames, because it meant survival wasn't victory. It was only reprieve. I carried that weight with me for weeks. Back through small towns where no one looked twice, past campgrounds where families gathered around safe little fires. I parked in lots filled with laughter, children roasting marshmallows, dogs barking, the ordinary rhythm of camping life. And I kept my distance. Every spark I saw, every flicker of flame in someone else's lantern, every ember drifting up from a fire pit made my chest tighten. I wanted to scream at them, to tell them to put it out, to warn them what could come alive if they fed it too long. But who would listen to a man who smelled of smoke and carried burn scars along his arms? So instead, I watched. Quiet. Careful. Always checking the tree line, always listening for the faintest knock in the dark. Some nights, I still dream of the lantern, but it doesn't call to me anymore. In the dream, it sits on a stump, broken and cold, faces gone. It waits. Not for me, for someone else. And maybe that's the worst part. Knowing I survived not because I was strong, but because I chose fire over fear. Because I was willing to burn. I don't tell this story for pity. I don't tell it to scare people off the road or away from the woods. If anything, I tell it because I believe in the opposite. I believe in stepping into the wilderness, in facing the things that stalk us, whether they wear the shape of flame or silence or our own reflection. What happened to me at Lantern Creek wasn't just some curse. It was the truth of fear. Fear isn't something you outrun. It isn't something you bury or ignore. It's something you carry, like a lantern in the dark. And if you let it, it'll hollow you out. But if you face it, if you burn with it, you can come out the other side. Changed, scarred, maybe haunted but alive. I still camp in my RV. I still drive lonely highways, still park in half-forgotten lots, still sit by lakes that don't appear on every map. But I don't light lanterns anymore. I don't kindle fires unless I must, and when I do, I watch them carefully, knowing what can live inside a flame. Sometimes I wonder if I'll see it again. If someday, years from now, I'll pull into a campground and find a lantern glowing on a stump, waiting. If I'll hear whispers in the cabinets or see my own eyes burn orange in a mirror. And if that day comes, if the fire finds me again, I know the choice I'll make. I won't run. I won't carry it. I'll burn with it. Because I've learned something out here, on these roads, in these forests, where silence grows heavy and night presses close. The lantern's glow doesn't belong to us. It never did. It only borrows us for a while until we decide who we are, either fuel or flame. And when my time comes, I'll be flame. I never thought I'd be the type of person who'd willingly drive an RV into a forest with a reputation for being haunted. My name's Daniel Price, I'm 36 years old, and I've spent the last 6 months living almost entirely on the road. Some people call that running away. I call it searching for clarity. When you've spent enough nights parked along mountain ridges and quiet lakesides, you start to feel untouchable, like you've earned the right to take risks others would turn away from. That pride is what led me here, to the edge of Black Hollow Forest in northern Pennsylvania, a place locals warned me about with a particular heaviness in their voice, as if they weren't just repeating ghost stories, but reliving memories. I heard about Black Hollow in the parking lot of a gas station 20 miles south of here. An older man in a flannel jacket caught sight of my RV and said, half teasing, "You're not heading toward the hollow, are you?" I laughed and asked him why. He didn't laugh back. He just looked down at his boots, then muttered something about hearing voices that didn't belong to anyone living. He said hunters vanished in there, that when you lit a fire, shadows gathered in ways that didn't match the flames. Most people, he told me, don't camp there twice. The way he spoke, it was too detailed to be a tourist legend, too personal to be something he'd simply overheard. That kind of warning sticks to you. But instead of turning me away, it tugged at me like a dare. If I was going to test myself, if I was going to prove I wasn't just another drifter running from responsibility, then this was the place. The entrance to the forest was marked by nothing more than a fading wooden sign leaning sideways in the dirt. The letters spelling Black Hollow were nearly gone, carved deep, but eroded by decades of rain. My headlights caught the sign for just a moment before it disappeared into the dark tree line. I pulled the RV onto the gravel path, and the sound of crunching rock beneath my tires seemed to echo too loudly, as if the trees themselves were listening. There's a particular silence in old forests. It's not the absence of noise, but the layering of small, hidden movements, the rustle of things you can't see, the snap of something stepping just out of sight. I could feel that silence already pressing against the windshield, heavier than the night itself. After a mile, I found a clearing just wide enough for the RV. It didn't feel welcoming. It felt like the forest had reluctantly coughed up a space, a small breath of open ground before closing in again. I killed the engine, and the hum of the headlights faded into the blackness. The air outside was damp, carrying the smell of moss and decaying leaves, like something left too long underground. I stepped out with a flashlight, and the beam sliced through the mist that clung low to the soil. My boots sank slightly, the ground soft as if it hadn't been walked in years. There was no birdsong, no insects, just the sound of my own breath and the distant groan of wood shifting high above. I set up camp quickly, maybe too quickly, as if moving faster could outrun the unease already rising in me. The small lantern on my folding table glowed weakly against the dark, its light swallowed almost immediately. I made a small fire pit from scattered stones, though I noticed the stones were strangely rounded, not the jagged kind I expected to find in a forest. They looked like river stones, as if they'd been carried here deliberately. I told myself it didn't matter. I told myself it was coincidence. But when the fire finally caught, the flames bent strangely, leaning toward the tree line instead of straight up. I watched for a long moment, then forced a laugh. Wind, I muttered to myself, though the air was still. Night settled in heavy. The forest around me seemed to tighten, each tree trunk casting shadows that grew taller and closer. I cooked a simple meal on my camp stove, though I barely tasted it. My ears kept straining, searching for a rhythm in the quiet. That's when I heard it, the first sound that didn't belong to me. It was faint, like a whisper carried from far away, and it drifted between the trees in a way that made it impossible to locate. A syllable, maybe two. I froze, spoon halfway to my mouth, and listened. Nothing followed. I told myself it was wind squeezing through branches, but the thought didn't settle right. Wind sighs, it doesn't shape itself into words. I tried distracting myself by walking a short circle around camp, but each step only seemed to draw the dark closer. The flashlight beam reached maybe 15 feet before dissolving, as if the forest swallowed light like water swallowing stones. Once I swung the beam quickly to my left, certain I'd caught movement, but nothing was there. Only a fallen log slick with moss. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that something had crouched there just before the light found it, watching with stillness deeper than human patience. By the time I crawled into the RV for the night, my nerves were wound tight, every muscle on edge. The RV's interior felt safe at first. 4 walls, a locked door, a mattress I knew well. But safety is an illusion when fear starts living in your head. Lying in bed, I could hear the forest pressing against the thin shell of fiberglass and metal. A soft tap came once, like a branch brushing the side. Then again. Then from the opposite side, too far away for the same branch. I sat up, holding my breath. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse, as if the forest was waiting for me to fall back asleep. Sleep never came. Hours stretched out, punctuated by distant creaks and the occasional soft thud, like something heavy settling on the ground just beyond the RV. Around 3 a.m, I heard footsteps. Not the quick, skittering steps of animals, but the slow, deliberate crunch of weight on damp leaves. They circled once, stopping behind the RV, then started again, closer to the door. I held my breath, gripping the small hatchet I kept near the bed. My pulse hammered so hard I thought it might shake the whole vehicle. Then, after a long pause, the footsteps faded into the distance. I never opened the blinds to check. I couldn't. Part of me needed not to know. When the first light of dawn finally broke, the relief was so sharp it almost hurt. I stepped outside, bleary and stiff, to find the clearing drenched in pale mist. The fire pit was cold ash, but the stones around it were rearranged into a near-perfect circle. I stood there staring, trying to convince myself I had simply done it in a haze of exhaustion. But deep down, I knew my memory wasn't wrong. Someone, or something, had moved them while I lay in bed listening to footsteps. And the strangest part, there were no tracks, no scuffs in the soft ground, just the stones, perfect and impossible. I told myself I'd pack up and leave right then. Nobody would blame me. I could drive out of that forest, write the whole thing off as a bad idea, and never speak of it again. But as I stood there staring at the stone circle, a different thought crept in. If I left, I'd always wonder what was waiting deeper inside Black Hollow. I'd always carry the weight of turning back. And maybe that's the most dangerous thing about fear. It makes you think that pressing forward is the only way to beat it, even when every instinct screams at you to run. So I stayed. I brewed coffee on the stove inside the RV, the familiar hiss of the flame giving me something solid to hold on to. I sat by the window, staring out at the mist, trying to convince myself daylight would change everything. That was when I noticed it. A faint shape etched into the condensation on the glass. I leaned closer. It wasn't a smear from my hand. It was a word written in uneven letters, as though traced by a fingertip from the outside. The word was my name. Daniel. The mug trembled in my hand, sloshing hot coffee onto my wrist. I whipped the curtain shut and stood there in the narrow aisle of the RV, breathing hard. There was no way anyone had written that overnight without me hearing. Unless the tapping on the windows hadn't been branches after all. For a long time, I just stood there, gripping the counter until my knuckles hurt. My name. Nothing is more personal than hearing or seeing your own name when no one should know it. By late morning, the fog had lifted, but didn't bring comfort. If anything, it made the forest feel more exposed, the trees leaning inward as if curious. I decided to hike a little, just to see if the forest felt different beyond the clearing. I left the RV locked, hatchet at my belt, flashlight in my jacket pocket. The ground was damp, each step sinking slightly, the smell of wet bark clinging to the air. A narrow deer trail cut away from the clearing, and I followed it, telling myself I'd only go a short distance. Just enough to settle my nerves. The deeper I went, the stranger the forest felt. Every few yards, I'd come across marks carved into tree trunks, straight lines crossing at sharp angles, symbols I didn't recognize. They weren't initials, not like the lazy graffiti of teenagers. They felt purposeful, deliberate. One tree bore 3 lines stacked vertically. Another had what looked like an arrow pointing downward. I ran my hand across the grooves and felt how deep they were, cut with something sharp, maybe a knife. These marks had been here a long time, weathered but stubborn. The more I saw, the more it felt like the forest itself was coded, like I'd stumbled into a language no one wanted me to understand. About a half-mile in, I found something worse. A pile of stones. At first, it looked like nothing more than a cairn, maybe left by a hiker. But when I crouched down, I realized the stones weren't random. They were stacked to form a small, crude shape of a human figure. Head, shoulders, arms. The headstone had a single hole punched through it, like an eye. My stomach turned. I kicked it over before I could stop myself, scattering the rocks across the ground. The forest seemed to tighten around me at that moment, as if the trees themselves leaned closer. I hurried back to the trail, refusing to look behind me. Some things you don't turn your back on. When I finally stumbled back into the clearing, sweat slick on my neck despite the cool air, the RV sat exactly as I'd left it. But the fire pit, the circle of stones, had changed again. This time the stones were arranged in 2 overlapping circles like a figure 8, with ash swept carefully into the center. I froze, my throat tight, realizing the truth I had been trying not to admit. Whatever was out here wasn't just watching, it was communicating. And if it could move these stones silently while I was awake, then it wasn't afraid of me at all. I spent the rest of the afternoon inside the RV with every curtain drawn, trying to steady myself. The air inside felt stale, heavy with the faint smell of damp earth, even though all the windows were sealed. Around sunset, exhaustion pressed down on me, and I drifted into a restless half-sleep in the small bed. That's when the dream came. I dreamed I was standing in the same clearing, but the trees were gone, replaced by rows of towering black pillars stretching into the sky. Between the pillars were people, at least they looked like people, standing motionless with their backs turned. Each of them had stones balanced on their heads. One by one, they tilted their faces upward and began to whisper in unison. The sound was low and endless, like water rushing through cracks in the earth. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't obey. Then one of them, taller than the rest, turned around. Its face wasn't a face at all, but a smooth surface of polished stone, and carved across that stone, in deep, ragged letters, was my name. I woke with a start, gasping for air. The RV was pitch dark. My watch read 12:14 a.m. For a moment, I thought it had just been a nightmare. But then I heard it, the whispering. Not in my head, outside. It came from the tree line, rising and falling, dozens of voices murmuring in a language I didn't know. I pressed my ear to the wall of the RV, and the whispers seemed to move closer, circling, weaving around the vehicle. My whole body shook. I gripped the hatchet, barely able to breathe. At one point, a single voice rose louder than the rest, stretched into something like a chant. I swear I heard my name again, spoken in that same uneven tone as the word on the window. Daniel. I wanted to leave right then, to fire up the RV and drive blind through the forest until I found a road. But fear pinned me in place. What if starting the engine drew them closer? What if the headlights revealed what I didn't want to see? I sat there in the dark, whispering to myself like a prayer, waiting for the voices to fade. And eventually, they did. Slowly, as if drifting back into the soil. Silence returned, though it didn't bring relief. It left behind something worse, the knowledge that they were still out there, waiting. The next morning, the clearing looked untouched. No stones, no footprints, nothing to prove what had happened. The fire pit was simply gone. Stones scattered back into the forest, ash erased as if the ground had swallowed it whole. I stood there in the pale sunlight, wondering if I'd lost my mind. Maybe sleep deprivation had played tricks on me. Maybe the dream had bled into waking. I told myself these things, but they didn't hold. Because when I circled back to the RV, I saw the condensation on the rear window. A single handprint, larger than mine, smeared across the glass. I couldn't pretend anymore. Whatever was in Black Hollow wasn't just coincidence or paranoia. It was deliberate. It knew my name, it had touched the RV, and it wasn't trying to hide itself anymore. Standing there with the morning light filtering weakly through the branches, I made a decision. I needed to see how far this went. I wasn't just a camper anymore. I was a witness, pulled into something that wanted to be seen. I packed a small bag with water, a flashlight, a notepad, and the hatchet. Locking the RV door behind me felt meaningless, like locking a screen door in a hurricane. But it gave me just enough courage to step back onto the deer trail I had walked the day before. The air smelled stronger today, a mix of wet bark and something metallic, almost like rust. The forest floor was darker too, patches of soil blackened as though scorched. Each step forward was harder than the last, like wading deeper into water that pressed against my chest. The strange carvings on the trees multiplied the deeper I went. At first, scattered and random, then arranged deliberately, one after another, forming a path. The symbols varied, intersecting lines, circles with slashes, spirals that tightened so small I couldn't trace them with my fingertip. At one point, I pressed my hand flat against one of the spirals, and the bark was warm, not sun-warm, heartbeat warm. I pulled back instantly, wiping my hand on my jeans, telling myself I imagined it. But the warmth lingered in my skin long after I walked away. An hour in, I found the ruins. At least, that's what they looked like. Stone walls, knee-high and crumbling, arranged in a rough square. Moss grew thick across the rocks, and saplings pierced through cracks as though reclaiming the space. I stepped into the square, and the air inside felt heavier, like stepping into a cellar. The silence sharpened until I could hear the sound of my own pulse. I crouched down, brushing away damp leaves, and uncovered a flat stone set into the soil. Letters had been carved into it, old, weathered, but still legible. The language wasn't English, but when I stared long enough, the lines seemed to bend into letters I almost recognized. One word came clear. Daniel. My knees gave out, and I sat back hard on the ground. The forest swam around me, vision narrowing. This wasn't random. It wasn't a prank. My name didn't belong here, yet it was here, carved into stone that had weathered decades, maybe centuries. I ran my hand over the grooves, half expecting the stone to pulse like the tree had. It didn't. It only sat there, cold, waiting. I stumbled out of the ruins, breathing hard, and pushed deeper into the woods. The trail narrowed, branches clawing at my jacket. I don't know how long I walked before I heard it again. The whispers. This time in daylight, faint but unmistakable. They seemed to weave with the breeze, but the breeze stopped while the whispers continued. I followed the sound, each step crunching louder in my ears. The trail curved, and there ahead was another clearing. Not like the first. This one was smaller, more intimate, almost circular. In the center stood a single tree, massive and gnarled, roots curling above the ground like the claws of a buried hand. At the base of the tree lay another arrangement of stones, but this time it wasn't a circle. It was a line, a winding line that snaked from the roots outward like a path. I crouched to look closer and my stomach turned. The stones weren't random sizes. They were graded, small at the beginning of the line, larger and larger until the final stone was the size of a skull. My eyes caught on the final stone, and I froze. It wasn't stone, it was bone, weathered white, cracked, unmistakably a human skull. The whispers surged, no longer faint but rising like a chant. My body moved before my brain did. I staggered back, hatchet clutched tight, eyes locked on that skull. My breath came in ragged gasps and the forest blurred. Then, suddenly, the whispers cut off. Silence slammed down so hard it rang in my ears. I didn't move, not for seconds, maybe minutes. Only when the silence stretched too long did I back away, step by step, until the clearing vanished behind me. I ran. Branches tore at my arms, roots caught my boots, but I didn't care. All I wanted was the RV, the only shelter I had left. By the time I burst back into the clearing, my chest was on fire, sweat pouring down my back. The RV sat there calm and ordinary, like none of it had happened. But when I reached for the door handle, I stopped cold. The condensation on the window was back. This time it wasn't a single word or handprint. It was dozens of them, covering the glass, written again and again in uneven strokes. Daniel, Daniel, Daniel. I didn't go inside. I couldn't. Instead, I stumbled back to the folding chair by the dead fire pit and sat, shaking. The forest pressed close, shadows stretching long in the sinking sun. I realized then I couldn't last another night here. Whatever was in Black Hollow wasn't content to stay hidden. It was escalating. It wanted me to see, to hear, to know. And if I stayed, I wasn't sure I'd leave at all. I told myself I'd leave at dawn, drive until the tank ran dry if I had to. But that night, as the forest darkened, I felt the weight of a different thought pressing down. What if I couldn't leave? What if the forest itself had closed behind me, the road unraveling as I slept? The thought rooted itself in my chest, growing heavier with each passing hour. As night deepened, the first sound came, a low, steady knock on the side of the RV. Not random, rhythmic. 3 taps, pause. 3 taps, pause. I gripped the hatchet, every muscle tense. Then it came again, from the other side. 3 taps. Pause. My skin crawled. They were circling me. I stood trembling and stepped toward the sound, but it stopped. I turned to the other side, another 3 taps. The rhythm burrowed into my skull, deliberate, taunting. Then the whispers began again, louder than before, swelling until they seemed to seep through the walls of the RV. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside me, vibrating in my chest. I stumbled back into the RV, slamming the door behind me. The whispers didn't fade. They rose, filling the space until the walls themselves seemed to hum. My reflection in the window wavered, and for a split second it wasn't me. It was a face of stone, smooth and blank, with my name carved deep across it. I collapsed onto the bed, curling tight, whispering over and over, "It's not real. It's not real." But the whispers answered me. "It is. It is." At some point I must have blacked out. When I opened my eyes, pale morning light filtered through the curtains, soft and gray. The whispers were gone, though the knocking had stopped, but the silence wasn't relief. It was aftermath, like waking after a storm to find the world changed. My throat was dry, raw from breathing too hard. My whole body ached, as though I'd been clenching against something all night. I sat up slowly, half expecting to see words still smeared across the windows. But the glass was clear, too clear. The condensation was gone, every surface wiped clean, as though someone had polished the RV while I slept. I forced myself outside, determined that this would be the day I left. No more hesitation. I needed pavement, towns, people, anything but trees that knew my name. But when I stepped into the clearing, my stomach dropped. The RV was surrounded. Stones. Hundreds of them. Each one perfectly rounded, stacked in neat piles encircling the entire vehicle. They were waist-high, forming a ring that hadn't been there when I crawled into bed. The sight froze me where I stood. It wasn't just the impossibility of it, it was the implication. Something had been here all night, working silently, stacking stone after stone until I was trapped inside a circle I never agreed to. I grabbed the hatchet and approached the nearest pile. The stones were smooth, damp with dew, cold to the touch. I kicked at one of the stacks, sending the rocks tumbling. A faint echo rippled through the clearing like the sound of distant thunder, though the sky was clear. The hairs on my arms stood up. Every instinct told me to stop, to put the stones back, to respect the boundary I'd just broken. But I couldn't. Not anymore. I shoved through the ring, scattering rocks with my boots, and marched straight to the driver's seat of the RV. The engine coughed awake, but even that sound felt small against the weight of the forest. I gripped the wheel, heart pounding, eyes locked on the narrow gravel track that led out. If I could just keep moving, if I could just focus on the road, I'd make it. I shifted into drive, pressed the pedal, and the RV lurched forward. The gravel crunched beneath the tires, the trees closing in overhead. For the first time since arriving, I felt a spark of hope. Escape was possible. I could still outrun this. Then the road bent, just a gentle curve to the right, but when I came out of it, my hands tightened on the wheel. The clearing, my clearing. The RV rolled back into the same circle of stones I had just left. My breath caught. I slammed the brake, heart hammering. I'd driven straight, hadn't I? There hadn't been a fork, no way to turn wrong. Yet here I was, back where I started, staring at the piles of stones I had scattered only minutes before. Only now they were whole again, restacked. Perfect. I sat frozen, sweat dripping down my temples, mind racing for explanations. Maybe I had turned without realizing. Maybe panic had blinded me. I shifted into reverse, backed up until the trees pressed against the rear bumper, then turned sharply and gunned it forward. The RV barreled down the track, tires spitting gravel, the wheel trembling under my grip. Again, the road bent, this time to the left. Again, I took it. And again, the clearing unfolded before me, unchanged. Stones standing in quiet judgment. My escape looped back to itself like the forest had swallowed the road whole. I killed the engine, chest heaving, forehead pressed to the wheel. For the first time in years, I felt tears sting my eyes. I wasn't just trapped, I was being held. The forest wasn't letting me leave. Hours passed. I sat outside the RV staring at the trees, waiting for something to shift. Sunlight crawled across the clearing, slow and indifferent. Hunger gnawed at me, but I couldn't eat. My thoughts spiraled in circles as endless as the road. I thought of the man at the gas station, the heaviness in his voice. Had he known this would happen? Had others tried to leave and failed, their names whispered until they broke? The silence gave me no answers, only the weight of waiting. When dusk fell, I lit the lantern on the table, its glow trembling against the walls of the RV. I told myself I'd stay awake all night. I'd watch, I'd listen, I'd face whatever came instead of curling up in fear. But when the first knock sounded, a slow, deliberate tap against the rear wall of the RV, I almost folded. My heart leapt into my throat, every nerve screaming at me to run, though there was nowhere to go. Another knock followed, then another, the same rhythm as before. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. Pause. This time, I whispered back, "What do you want from me?" My voice cracked in the dark. The answer came, though not in words I understood. The whispers rose, weaving together like threads in a pattern too complex for human ears. But beneath it, hidden in the rhythm, I caught a single phrase. My name. Daniel. Drawn out, stretched until it was more exhale than word. My knees buckled. I clung to the table, lantern light flickering across my trembling hands. They weren't asking me to leave. They weren't asking me anything at all. They were claiming me. I stumbled outside, hatchet raised, shouting into the darkness. My voice shook, but the anger was real, fed by terror too big to contain. "You don't get to have me. I'm not yours." The sound echoed weakly, swallowed by the trees. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then, from deep within the forest, an answer. Laughter. Soft at first, then louder, twisting into something that didn't sound human at all. It came from everywhere, rolling through the trees, shaking the ground beneath my feet. My rage drained in an instant, replaced by raw, suffocating dread. I backed toward the RV, every step slower, until I felt the cold metal against my spine. The laughter faded, leaving only the pounding of my heart. The forest didn't need to chase me. It knew I had nowhere else to go. That night, I dreamed again. I was standing in the stone ruins, the flat slab with my name glowing faintly under the moon. Around me stood figures cloaked in shadow, their faces hidden. One by one, they raised their arms, and stones floated upward, circling their hands. When they spoke, it wasn't whispers. It was command, a single phrase repeated over and over, growing louder until it drowned everything else. Stay, stay, stay. I woke screaming, the sound echoing off the RV walls. My throat burned, chest heaving. It was still dark outside, but I knew the message had followed me into waking. Black Hollow didn't want me to pass through. It wanted me to remain. And the longer I stayed, the more it was working its way into me, through dreams, through fear, through my own name. Morning came gray and brittle, like light struggling to break through a dirty window. I hadn't really slept after the dream. My body was exhausted, but my mind wouldn't let me drift off again, not when I could still hear the word stay echoing in the corners of my head. I brewed coffee just to have something warm in my hands, though I barely tasted it. The forest was too quiet, so still it pressed against me like a weight. That was when I saw movement, not the quick dart of a bird or the twitch of a squirrel. This was slower, steadier. Across the clearing, just beyond the line of trees, a figure stood. At first, I thought it was just a trunk shaped oddly, a trick of the mist, but the longer I stared, the more certain I became it was a person. Tall, still, cloaked in shadow. I raised a hand, half in greeting, half in desperate confirmation. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, didn't even shift. It only stood there, watching. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, it was gone. The clearing was empty, the trees swaying faintly. A hallucination, I told myself, my brain inventing shapes because it couldn't stand the stillness anymore. But deep down, I knew it wasn't invention, it was invitation. Whatever lived in Black Hollow had finally decided to show itself. I couldn't keep waiting to be hunted. If the forest was going to toy with me, then I had to strike back. The thought terrified me, but the fear of passivity was worse. I grabbed the hatchet, slung the flashlight over my shoulder, and stepped back onto the deer trail. The air smelled heavier than before, not just damp, but sour, like meat left in heat too long. Each breath burned faintly in my lungs. The trail led me deeper, past the ruins I had found before, past the stone skull clearing. Both looked the same, untouched. But I wasn't looking at the ground this time. I was searching between the trees, scanning every shadow. Twice I saw the figure again, always just at the edge of sight. A glimpse of a shoulder turning, the sweep of something like a cloak. Each time I hurried forward, it vanished, leaving only silence. The whispers started again an hour in. Quieter this time, almost soothing, like lullabies hummed by a mother you couldn't remember. The sound tugged at me, pulling me off the trail toward a darker patch of forest where the canopy thickened. Against my better judgment, I followed. My boots sank deeper into the soil, the smell of rot intensifying until I gagged. Then I saw it. A hollow in the ground, wide as a house, ringed by roots that arched overhead like ribs. The whispers poured from it, rising out of the dark throat of earth. I stood frozen, breath shallow, heart pounding. The figure was there too, this time unmistakable. It crouched at the edge of the hollow, long arms draped across its knees. Its face was turned toward me, though I couldn't see features, only smoothness like a stone mask. The longer I stared, the more the face seemed to shift, grooves etching slowly across the surface. My name began to appear, not carved, growing. The letters Daniel widening across its surface like cracks in ice. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a root. The figure rose, towering, its head tilting with inhuman patience. The whispers surged louder, wrapping around me in spirals of sound. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't think. My name echoed from everywhere, the trees, the soil, the air itself. I clutched the hatchet, lifted it high, and swung at the nearest root. The blade sank deep, and the sound that came out of the hollow wasn't a whisper. It was a scream, high-pitched, endless, rattling every bone in my body. I dropped the hatchet and fell to my knees, palms pressed against my ears, eyes squeezed shut. The forest convulsed around me, the ground shaking, branches snapping, birds exploding into flight from miles away. Through the noise, I thought I heard laughter again, twisted and layered, the figure's shoulders shaking with it. When I dared to open my eyes, the hollow was empty. The figure was gone. Only the gash I had made in the root remained, oozing a dark sap that smelled metallic, like blood. I grabbed the hatchet, sticky with that sap, and stumbled back toward the trail. My legs shook, each step harder than the last. I don't know how long it took me to reach the clearing, but when I did, I collapsed against the RV's door, chest heaving. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit the key in the lock. When I finally tumbled inside, I bolted every latch, pulled every curtain. The smell of the sap clung to me, seeped into the RV, into my skin. No matter how hard I scrubbed, I couldn't get it out. Night fell again. I sat with the lantern lit, hatchet across my lap, waiting for whatever would come next. The forest was too quiet at first, like it was holding its breath. Then slowly the knocking began. Not on the RV this time. On the ground, 3 thuds, pause. 3 thuds, pause, as if something massive was striking the earth itself, shaking the soil beneath my wheels. The whispers returned, louder than ever, no longer trying to disguise themselves as wind. They filled the RV, curling around my ears, slithering under my skin. My name again and again, stretched, broken, reassembled. I screamed at them, swinging the hatchet at empty air, but the whispers only laughed. The lights flickered, lanterns sputtering. And then, in the reflection of the window, I saw them, dozens of faces pressed against the glass from outside, blank and smooth like polished stone, each one carved with a single word, Daniel. My legs gave out. I collapsed to the floor, hands over my eyes, rocking back and forth like a child. "You can't have me," I whispered over and over. But the truth seeped in with the whispers. Black Hollow wasn't asking anymore. It was telling me, and the more I resisted, the deeper it carved itself into me. At some point in the night, I must have lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, the lantern was dead, the RV dark, the whispers were gone, the faces were gone. Only silence remained. But it wasn't relief. It was worse, because silence meant they didn't need to try anymore. They had me right where they wanted me. When dawn came, it felt false, like a light bulb switched on in a room that had never known real sunlight. My hands shook as I opened the door of the RV, half expecting to find the stone faces waiting just beyond the glass. But the clearing was empty, calm, dew glittering on the grass. For a heartbeat, I let myself believe it was over. Maybe I'd survived the night. Maybe the forest had grown bored of me. Then I saw the ground. Carved into the soil around the RV was a perfect spiral, dug deep as though by countless dragging fingers. The spiral started at the edge of the clearing and wound inward, tighter and tighter, until it stopped directly at my door. My stomach dropped. The message was too clear to deny. It wasn't random. It wasn't coincidence. They had drawn a path, and the path ended with me. I spent the morning pacing the small length of the RV, whispering to myself just to fill the silence. My reflection in the window looked like a stranger, gaunt and pale, eyes wide and unblinking. My name still echoed in my head, but softer now, like a memory hummed under breath. I realized then the whispers didn't need to come from outside anymore. They had found their way in. By noon, the quiet became unbearable. I grabbed the hatchet, tucked the notepad into my jacket, and stepped outside. If I was going to be claimed by this place, then I needed to know why. I couldn't keep being dragged along in terror. I needed to look straight at whatever was stalking me, even if it ended me. The spiral in the dirt seemed like an invitation, so I followed it outward, step by step, until I reached the tree line. The trail appeared again, waiting. My boots carried me forward, almost on instinct, deeper into the forest than I had gone before. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. The carvings on the trees grew denser, the symbols more intricate, weaving together like sentences in a language I almost understood. My eyes darted from trunk to trunk, and for a moment I thought I could read them. One word burned into my brain: belong. The forest opened suddenly, revealing a wide clearing I hadn't seen before. At its center was a mound of stones, tall as a house, shaped like a pyramid. Moss draped its sides, roots clutching at the gaps between rocks. The whispers rose the moment I saw it, swelling in waves that rattled my teeth. I staggered closer, unable to stop myself. The mound wasn't random. It was built. A cairn of impossible size, each stone etched with the same symbols I had seen on the trees. My heart hammered as I realized what I was looking at. A grave. The air around it pulsed, thick and electric, making every hair on my body stand on end. I dropped to my knees, staring at the stones. My hand moved almost on its own, pulling the notepad from my jacket, sketching the symbols as quickly as I could. Maybe if I lived long enough to leave, I could show someone. Prove this place wasn't just legend. Prove it wanted more than silence. Then the ground shifted beneath me. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but no, the soil around the cairn stirred as if something deep below was moving. Stones tumbled from the mound, rolling toward me in uneven rhythm. The whispers spiked into a scream, and from the gaps between rocks, shapes began to emerge. Hands, gray and smooth, stretching outward, clawing at the air. One by one, they pushed free. Figures tall and thin, faces blank and polished, each one carrying grooves that spelled the same name over and over. Daniel. I scrambled back, heart battering my ribs, but the figures didn't chase. They only stood, dozens of them, circling the cairn, heads tilted toward me. Their blank faces reflected the pale daylight, and for a horrifying moment, I thought I saw myself in them. My stance, my shoulders, my fear mirrored in their posture. They weren't strangers, they were echoes. The tallest one stepped forward, and the whispers hushed instantly. It raised an arm and pointed at me, long fingers stiff as stone. My knees buckled, and I dropped to the dirt. The air thickened, pressing against my chest until I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred, black creeping in from the edges, and in that blackness I heard it clearly. Not dozens of whispers, not a chorus, but a single voice, low and certain, speaking directly into my ear. You are already ours. The words froze me, colder than any night wind. I gasped, dragged air into my lungs, and forced myself to stumble back toward the trail. My legs shook, but adrenaline carried me faster than thought. I didn't look back until the clearing disappeared behind the trees, and even then I could still feel their eyes, smooth, empty, endless, locked on my back. By the time I reached the RV again, the sun was sinking, orange light bleeding through the branches. My hands shook too badly to fit the key into the lock. I collapsed against the door, sliding to the ground, hatchet clattering beside me. Tears blurred my vision. I wasn't crying out of fear anymore. I was crying out of certainty. The forest hadn't just chosen me. It had marked me. There was no leaving. Inside the RV, I tried to write down everything I'd seen. My hand trembled so badly the letters warped across the page, but I forced myself to keep going. If someone ever found this notebook, maybe they'd understand. Maybe they'd know to stay away. Or maybe they'd just see the ramblings of a man swallowed by the woods. As night fell, the spiral in the dirt outside began to glow faintly, lines of pale light pulsing like veins under skin. I watched through the curtains, breath caught in my throat. The glow spread slowly, reaching toward the RV, curling around the tires, the walls, the windows. A net tightening. I lay in bed, hatchet across my chest, eyes wide in the dark. The whispers came again, but this time they didn't call my name. They said something else, a single word repeated over and over until it embedded itself in my skull. Stay, stay, stay. And the most terrifying part, a piece of me wanted to. I don't know when exhaustion finally pulled me under, but when I woke, my head felt heavy, thick with something that wasn't just sleep. The RV was quiet, but the air was wrong, dense, weighted like I was breathing through wet cloth. I sat up slowly, every muscle aching. Then I noticed it. Moss. Thin green strands creeping up the corners of the RV walls, spreading across the floor like veins. I scrambled off the bed, heart racing, and when I touched it, the moss crumbled into dust, leaving a stain that smelled sharp and metallic. The forest was inside now. Panic surged through me, but there was nowhere to run. The door opened to Black Hollow, and the walls I had trusted were betraying me. I grabbed the notebook, flipping through my scribbles, desperate for sense in the chaos. The symbols I had copied from the cairn, the words carved into trees, they began to overlap in my vision, lines twisting until they formed new shapes. For the first time, I thought I could read them. A single phrase burned into my mind. The forest keeps what it names. The truth hit me like a blow to the chest. That was why they whispered. That was why my name had been carved, written, spoken again and again. Naming was claiming. They weren't just calling me, they were binding me. I couldn't let that happen. I shoved the notebook into my jacket and bolted outside, lungs burning with cold morning air. The spiral still glowed faintly around the RV, pulsing like a heartbeat. I jumped over it, half expecting to burst into flames, but nothing happened. Nothing except the whisper that slid into my ear the moment my foot touched the soil. Too late. I forced myself toward the trail, legs weak but fueled by desperation. The forest swallowed me again, shadows crowding close, symbols etched into bark staring like eyes. The whispers followed, but softer now, almost tender, as though mocking my struggle. My thoughts spun. If the forest kept what it named, maybe there was a way to break the claim. Maybe if I destroyed the cairn, the heart of it all, I could sever whatever hold it had on me. It was a desperate thought, but it was the only thread I had left. The trail bent and twisted, trees closing tighter overhead. Hours blurred into each other until I stumbled back into the cairn's clearing. The mound of stones loomed taller than before, or maybe my eyes were weaker, vision swimming. The figures were there again, circling, their blank faces turning as one to follow my movements. My knees threatened to buckle, but I raised the hatchet anyway, screaming with everything left in me. I charged. The cairn pulsed, stones vibrating, the ground trembling beneath my boots. The figures didn't move to stop me. They only watched, tilting their heads as if curious. I swung the hatchet at the base of the mound, blades sparking against stone. The sound that tore from the cairn wasn't human, wasn't natural. It was the roar of 1,000 voices, layered, twisted, ripping through the clearing. My skull throbbed, ears ringing. I swung again, harder, chipping rock, scattering shards across the soil. The figures stepped closer now, their whispers rising in unison. My name, always my name, but I shouted over them, voice raw. You don't own me. I don't belong to you. The words echoed, thin but defiant, swallowed almost instantly by their chorus. Still, I swung again. Stones cracked, rolled free, the mound shuddering, hope flared in my chest. Maybe it was working. Maybe I could bring it down. Then the ground split. A jagged crack tore through the soil at my feet, stretching outward from the cairn. From its depths came a stench so foul it stole the breath from my lungs. Rot, metal, centuries of decay. The figures leaned forward as one, arms outstretched, voices blending into a single word, stay. The sound struck like a physical force, slamming me backward into the dirt. The hatchet flew from my hands, landing just out of reach. I scrambled for it, fingernails clawing at the soil, but something caught my wrist. Cold, smooth, unyielding. A hand. One of the figures knelt beside me, its grip like stone shackles. I screamed, kicking, tearing free with every ounce of strength. My fingers brushed the hatchet handle, closed around it, and I swung upward blindly. The blade connected with the figure's arm, and it shattered like brittle glass, fragments scattering across the clearing. The others recoiled, their whispers spiking into fury. I staggered to my feet, hatchet dripping with dark sap, chest heaving. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd turn the tide. But then the cairn itself groaned, stones shifting, rolling, collapsing outward. From the gaping crack at its heart, something larger began to rise. Not a figure this time. Not something human-shaped, a shape of roots and stone, massive, faceless, crawling out of the earth like a mountain learning to walk. I stumbled back, throat raw with a scream I couldn't release. The hatchet felt like a toy in my hand, useless against something that had lived longer than memory. The whispers didn't call my name anymore. They sang it, drawn out, endless, a hymn that promised I was already lost. I turned and ran. Branches tore at my face, roots snagged my boots, but I didn't stop. I didn't dare look back. The forest seemed to shift with me, trails looping, trees bending, guiding me nowhere. My lungs burned, vision blurred, but I kept running until my legs gave out. I collapsed to the soil, gasping, hatchet slipping from my hand. And when I lifted my head, heartbreaking. There it was, the clearing. My RV, surrounded by the glowing spiral, waiting. I had run in a circle again, my scream tore through the trees, raw and desperate. The forest answered with silence. Not laughter this time, not whispers, just silence, which somehow felt worse because silence meant it didn't need to chase me anymore. I crawled to the RV, dragged myself inside, and collapsed on the bed. My body shook, sweat soaking my shirt. The lantern flickered weakly, barely holding the dark at bay. I clutched the notebook to my chest, smearing pages with dirt and blood. If this was where it ended, if the forest swallowed me whole, then maybe the words would remain. Proof that I had fought. Proof that I had not gone quietly. But as sleep dragged me under, one thought circled in my mind, relentless, undeniable. Maybe they hadn't been trying to keep me from leaving at all. Maybe they'd been preparing me to stay. When I woke, the air inside the RV was different, heavy, wet, almost breathing. Every surface gleamed with condensation, not just the windows, but the walls, the ceiling, even the mattress beneath me. My hair was damp, clothes sticking to my skin as though I'd slept in a swamp. I sat up, gasping, and the first thing I saw was my reflection in the glass of the side window. Only, it wasn't quite me. The face staring back had my eyes, my jawline, but smoother, blank patches where features should have been, grooves beginning to etch across the skin. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, but the reflection didn't change. The grooves deepened into letters, spelling my name. Daniel. I stumbled back, knocking over the lantern, heart thrashing against my ribs. I tore open the RV door, desperate for fresh air, but what hit me outside was worse. The clearing was gone. Where the grass and stones had been was now a sea of mist, thick and rolling, swallowing everything beyond a few feet. The trees were shadows in the fog, swaying as if underwater. The spiral in the dirt still glowed, brighter now, stretching outward until it disappeared into the haze. It pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, each throb echoing in my chest. I gripped the hatchet, knuckles white, and shouted into the mist, "What do you want from me?" My voice cracked, echoing weakly before dissolving into the fog. For a long moment nothing answered, then from everywhere at once the whispers returned. Softer than before, almost tender, but unmistakable. You. I stumbled backward, but the RV was gone. One moment it stood behind me, solid and safe. The next, it had dissolved into the mist like smoke. My chest locked tight, panic flooding every nerve. I was alone now, stripped of every wall, every shield, only the forest and me. The spiral brightened, its glow cutting a path into the fog. I didn't want to follow it, but my legs moved anyway, each step sinking into damp soil. The whispers grew louder, rising and falling like a tide. My breath came ragged, and with every inhale I swore the air carried voices into me, seeding themselves in my lungs. The path wound endlessly until it opened into another clearing, larger than the rest. At its center stood a stone altar, low and broad, its surface carved with the same spirals and symbols I had seen on the trees, fresh grooves cut deeper, wet with sap that gleamed like blood. My stomach twisted. On the altar lay bones, not scattered, not ancient, arranged carefully, ribcage stacked, skull placed neatly at the top. And etched across that skull in jagged strokes was my name. My knees buckled, and I dropped to the ground, bile burning my throat. This wasn't random. This wasn't just claiming. This was replacement. The forest didn't just want me to stay. It had already prepared the space for me, a grave waiting to be filled. The whispers surged into a chant, a rhythm that made the ground tremble. Figures emerged from the mist, one after another, tall and faceless, circling the altar. Dozens of them, moving with eerie precision, blank heads tilting in unison. My hatchet felt weightless in my grip, useless against so many. My body screamed to run, but where? The mist pressed from all sides, the spiral glowing beneath my feet. The tallest figure stepped forward, the one whose face I had seen split with my name. It raised a long arm pointing at the altar. The message was clear. Lie down. Take your place. I shook my head violently, backing away, voice breaking. No, I'm not yours. I don't belong here. My words felt brittle, shattered instantly by the chant. The ground split open at the altar's base, soil crumbling as roots writhed upward, curling around the stones like fingers. The air grew hotter, the stench of rot so thick it choked me. The figures leaned closer, their chant tightening into a single word. Stay, stay, stay. I swung the hatchet wildly, screaming, I said no. The blade connected with one of the figures, splintering its chest into fragments that rained down like shattered pottery. The chant faltered for a heartbeat, the others stepping back. Hope surged through me. I raised the hatchet again, ready to fight, ready to carve my way out. But then the pieces of the shattered figure moved, not falling still, not broken. They crawled across the ground, dragging themselves back together, fusing with wet cracks until the figure stood whole once more. Stronger. Taller. Its blank face turned toward me, grooves deepening across its surface. My name glowed brighter, etched like fire in stone. My legs faltered, strength draining. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the spiral etched into the soil. My chest heaved, vision spinning. Every instinct told me to fight, but some deeper, older voice inside whispered the truth. You can't fight the ground beneath you. You can't fight a forest that doesn't end. I dropped to my knees, clutching the hatchet, tears burning my eyes. Please, I whispered, voice raw. Please just let me go. For the first time, the chant stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, a vacuum that pressed against my eardrums. The figures stood perfectly still, their blank faces glowing faintly in the mist. Then slowly, the tallest one lowered its arm, its head tilted as though listening to something I couldn't hear. The silence stretched until I thought my chest would cave in. And then it spoke. Not a whisper, not a chant, a voice. Deep, resonant, vibrating through the soil itself. You were chosen the moment you entered. My blood turned to ice. The voice wasn't outside. It was inside me, resonating in my bones, in my skull. My name blazed across every blank face in the clearing, carved and glowing. The altar pulsed with light, the bones rattling against stone. The spiral tightened beneath me, its glow wrapping around my legs like chains. I tried to scream, but no sound came. My body wouldn't obey. My hands shook, but the hatchet slipped from my grip, falling uselessly into the dirt. The figures closed in, their circle tightening, blank faces leaning closer. My reflection stared back from each one, fractured, multiplied. And for the first time, I realized I wasn't afraid anymore. I was tired. Tired of fighting something too vast, too ancient. Tired of clawing at soil that swallowed every step. Tired of hearing my name until it no longer felt like mine. The forest didn't need my fear. It needed my surrender. As the chant began again, low and endless, I felt my lips moving in rhythm with theirs. Stay, stay, stay. I don't know how long I knelt there, lips moving with the chant, eyes locked on the glowing spiral beneath me. Time had dissolved, stretched thin, meaningless. The figures stood around me like sentinels, patient, endless, their blank faces glowing with my name. And yet somewhere deep in the fog of my mind, a spark flickered, a thought so small I nearly missed it. If the forest claimed by naming, then maybe the only way to resist was to take the name back, to remember who I was before they spoke me into belonging. My fingers twitched. Slowly, I reached for the notebook, still tucked in my jacket. The figures didn't move, didn't stop me. They only watched. I tore a page free with shaking hands, fumbled for the pencil, and scratched across the paper. My name is Daniel Price. I am not yours. The letters wobbled, crooked from trembling fingers, but they were mine, my words, my claim. The moment the last letter was written, the chant faltered, just slightly, like a breeze interrupting a flame. The figures tilted their heads, blank faces rippling faintly, as though the grooves etched into them were uncertain now. My chest heaved with sudden hope. I clutched the page like a shield and shouted, voice cracking, "I belong to myself." The forest answered with a scream. Not whispers this time, not laughter. A raw, furious howl that shook the ground and split the air. The cairn behind the altar cracked, stones splitting, roots tearing upward in violent arcs. The figures staggered, some collapsing into fragments that writhed across the soil. The spiral beneath me dimmed, flickering like a dying flame. For the first time since entering Black Hollow, I thought I might have broken something. But the victory was brief. From the crack in the cairn, a shape rose. Larger than the figures, larger than the altar. A mass of stone and root and soil, writhing, reshaping, towering, until it blotted out the mist-drenched sky. Its face was a slab of smooth granite, grooves carving themselves in real time across the surface. My name again, but larger than ever, stretching from brow to chin, Daniel. My knees buckled. The notebook fell from my hands, pages scattering across the soil. The giant leaned forward, roots grinding like bones, and the voice thundered again, louder than thought. "You cannot unname what we have taken." I staggered back, hands over my ears, but the words vibrated inside me, rattling my skull. My name pulsed in my veins, not as mine anymore, but as theirs. For a moment I felt it, my body slipping, my thoughts dissolving, like I was being pulled out of myself into something vast and root-bound. My vision swam with faces, all smooth, all glowing with names that weren't theirs anymore. Names the forest had stolen. Somewhere in the chaos, my hand brushed the hatchet where it lay half buried in dirt. My fingers closed around the handle, and with the last strength I had, I swung, not at the figures, not at the giant, at myself. The blade bit into my forearm, shallow but sharp, pain flashing bright and undeniable. Blood welled instantly, red and hot against the pale glow of the spiral. I screamed, not in fear this time, but in fury. The sound was mine, ripped from my throat, raw and human. My blood dripped onto the soil, seeping into the spiral, staining it dark. And the spiral reacted. The glow sputtered, then flared violently, brighter than ever. The soil trembled, the figures convulsed, their blank faces fracturing. The giant staggered, grooves across its face splintering. The chant faltered, warped into static, and for the first time the forest's voice cracked. The claim wasn't unbreakable. It wasn't absolute. Blood had given me back what their whispers had stolen. I staggered to my feet, clutching the hatchet, blood dripping down my arm. My voice shook, but I shouted anyway, pouring everything into the words. "My name is Daniel Price. You don't own me." The spiral erupted. Light shot upward, slicing through the mist, a column that burned like lightning frozen in place. The figures shattered, fragments scattering across the clearing. The giant reeled, its granite face splitting into cracks that spilled darkness instead of light. It reached for me with arms of root and stone, but the light struck it too, tearing through its body, reducing it to rubble that sank back into the soil. The howl that followed was deafening, a death cry that rattled my bones and nearly drove me to my knees. Then slowly, the light faded, and silence rushed in to take its place. Real silence, no whispers, no laughter, just the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. The cairn was gone. The altar was gone. Only broken stones scattered across the ground, moss smoking faintly in the aftermath. The mist thinned, rolling back to reveal trees bathed in early morning light. For the first time, the forest smelled like a forest again, earthy, sharp, alive. Not like a grave. I stood there trembling, blood drying on my arm, lungs heaving. My name echoed in my head still, but softer now. Mine again. Mine. I stumbled back toward the trail, each step heavy but freer than the last. The forest no longer pressed close. The carvings on the trees looked old, weathered, meaningless. Just scars on bark, nothing more. When I finally broke into the clearing where the RV waited, I nearly collapsed in relief. It was there, whole and ordinary, dew sparkling across its windows, no spirals, no stones, no moss creeping through the walls, just my battered home on wheels. I leaned against it, forehead pressed to cool metal, tears running hot down my cheeks. But even in that relief, doubt lingered. Had I really broken free? Or had the forest only loosened its grip for now, letting me believe I had escaped? My blood had forced it back, but scars remained, inside me, in the forest, maybe in the very soil I stood on. I climbed into the RV, started the engine, and listened as it rumbled steady beneath me. The gravel road stretched ahead, and this time when I drove, it didn't loop. The trees thinned, sunlight brightened, and within an hour I was back on asphalt, civilization creeping in on the horizon. I should have felt safe, but when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw the condensation forming faintly on the glass behind me, and through it, just for a second, a single word traced by an invisible finger. Stay. The highway stretched before me in a straight, merciful line, but I couldn't take my eyes off the rearview mirror. That word on the condensation, stay, glimmered faintly, fading as the glass dried in the sunlight. I wiped it with the back of my hand, laughing nervously, like maybe I could erase what I'd seen if I moved fast enough. But even after the letters vanished, the weight of them lingered, pressing down on my chest like a hand that hadn't let go. I drove for hours, barely blinking, knuckles pale on the wheel. Every sound from the engine made me flinch. Every shadow that crossed the road looked like it might step into the lane and stop me from leaving. By the time I rolled into the next small town, my eyes burned and my body felt hollow, as though the forest had drained something from me that coffee and sleep would never replace. I pulled into a diner lot, parked crooked, and stumbled inside. The bell above the door jingled too loud in the quiet room. A waitress looked up from behind the counter, her face kind but tired. "Long night?" she asked. My voice cracked when I answered. "You could say that." I ordered black coffee and sat near the window, trying to steady my breathing. When she returned with the cup, she set it down gently, studying my face. "Where are you coming from?" she asked. I hesitated. The truth clawed at my throat, but I couldn't bring myself to speak it. Saying Black Hollow out loud felt like calling it back to me, like inviting it into this warm, ordinary space. So I lied. "Just camping a few towns over," I said, staring into the coffee. But she didn't look convinced. She tilted her head, voice quieter. "Forest up north?" My heart lurched. "Why?" I asked, too sharply. She just shrugged, eyes dropping to the counter. "My uncle used to hunt out there, never came back. Some folks say he got lost. But my dad said some places don't let you leave." Her words hit harder than any scream I'd heard in the woods. I swallowed hard, hands trembling around the coffee cup. I wanted to tell her everything. Wanted to beg her for answers, for someone else to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. But when I opened my mouth, the bell over the door jingled again, and an older man walked in. It was him, the man from the gas station. The one who had asked if I was headed toward the Hollow. He froze when he saw me, his face tightening. Then, slowly, he walked to my table and sat down without asking, his eyes locked on mine, hard and unblinking. "You went," he said flatly. I couldn't answer. My throat was too tight. He leaned closer, voice dropping. "Did it name you?" The blood drained from my face. My hands shook so badly I nearly spilled the coffee. "Yes," I whispered. His jaw tightened, and he sat back, eyes clouded. "Then it doesn't matter that you left." I shook my head violently. "No. I fought back. I broke the spiral. He cut me off with a sharp shake of his head. "You don't understand. Once it names you, you're marked. It can wait years, decades if it wants, but it doesn't forget. You belong to it now." The diner blurred around me. The clatter of dishes, the hiss of the coffee machine, all distant. "There has to be a way," I said, my voice breaking. "Something I can do." The man's eyes softened, just slightly, with a kind of pity that made my stomach turn. "If there is, I never found it, and I've been carrying my name for 40 years. I stared at him, heart pounding. 40 years? He nodded slowly. "I was younger than you when I first went. Thought I could prove something. Thought I was braver than the stories. I left. Sure. Got married. Had kids. But I never stopped hearing it. And I know the day's coming when I won't be able to fight it anymore. That's what it does. It waits." I felt cold all over, like the diner's warmth couldn't touch me. My mind reeled, every whisper, every spiral, every reflection crashing back with new weight. It wasn't over. It would never be over. Black Hollow had my name, and no distance, no town, no highway could change that. The man stood, resting a hand briefly on my shoulder. "Leave while you can. Don't go back. And when the dreams come, when the whispers start again, don't listen. That's the only advice I can give." He walked out before I could say another word, leaving me staring into the dregs of my coffee, my reflection warping in the dark liquid. That night, I parked in a crowded RV lot on the edge of town, surrounded by families, laughter, the glow of campfires. The noise should have comforted me, but lying in my bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, I knew the truth. The forest didn't need me to be in its clearing to reach me. It lived inside my name now, inside the grooves it had carved into me, and just before sleep took me, I heard it again. Soft, almost gentle, slipping through the noise of nearby campers. Stay. My blood turned cold. I pressed my hands to my ears, curled tight under the blanket, whispering my name over and over. Daniel Price. Daniel Price. Daniel Price. Hoping, praying it would be enough to keep me mine. But somewhere deep down, I knew the forest wasn't done. And maybe, just maybe, neither was I. I used to believe that every campground had its own rhythm, a kind of breathing pattern you could feel if you sat still long enough. Some pulsed with laughter, kids chasing each other through gravel loops and bike tires, spitting dust. Some exhaled silence, the kind that pressed down heavy as a quilt, where the only sound was your own shoes crunching on pine needles. I'd been RV camping long enough to recognize those moods, to know when a place felt welcoming and when it didn't. But the campground I stumbled into that night had no rhythm at all. It was like stepping into a skipped heartbeat. I'd been driving since early morning, winding through northern Michigan after visiting my sister near Marquette. My plan had been simple: cut south along the back roads until I found a quiet little campground where I could crash for a few nights, catch up on some reading, and maybe fish if the weather held. I wasn't rushing. I liked to let the road guide me, to follow the faded brown signs that pointed towards state recreation areas or campground loop. By dusk, the rain had started. Not a heavy storm, just one of those steady drizzles that makes your wipers squeak after every other pass. My GPS had already lost signal a few miles back, but I wasn't worried. I'd passed a weathered wooden sign at the fork in the road, Birch Bend Campground, 3 miles. That was enough for me. I followed the gravel lane, headlights bouncing off waterlogged ruts and leaning birches. Something about the drive felt longer than it should. I kept glancing at the odometer, thinking 3 miles had stretched itself into 6. Still, just when I was about to question my memory, a faint glow appeared through the trees, and I rolled up on an old check-in booth. The booth was empty. A stack of maps curled on a shelf behind a dusty glass window, and the little "Pay Here" box had been bolted shut. The sign above the booth said, "Camping Loop, one way." An arrow curved off into the trees. I eased forward, tires crunching wet gravel, my headlights sweeping across sites tucked beneath tall pines. Some were overgrown with weeds, picnic tables warped and split down the middle. Others looked freshly used, fire rings scattered with gray ash. A strange pattern formed as I kept circling. Every other site looked abandoned, like it hadn't seen campers in years, while the in-between sites looked as though someone had just left that morning. I slowed as I passed one in particular. A fifth wheel sat backed into the spot, big and gleaming white even in the rain. Its windows were dark, but a blue camping chair sat folded neatly beside the fire pit, the kind of detail you'd expect from a couple on a weekend trip. I thought maybe I'd see someone stepping out to stretch, but no one did. I shrugged it off, kept driving. I didn't want to crowd anyone, so I passed another site, then another, until I found a small pull-in along the back edge of the loop. No RVs nearby, just trees swaying against each other, whispering in the drizzle. I backed my rig in, set the brake, and listened to the engine tick down. The rain had eased, but the air carried that smell. Wet pine, damp earth, and something else faintly metallic, like rust. I stepped outside, stretched my stiff legs, and drew in a deep breath. That was when I noticed it. Silence. Not the normal quiet of a wooded campground, where you still catch the drip of water, the faint hum of crickets, maybe the whoosh of distant traffic. This was complete silence, a blanket pulled tight over everything, the kind that makes your ears ring because they don't know what to do without sound. I told myself it was just the weather. Some storms shut the forest down, left animals hunkered in their dens. I busied myself, unrolling the awning, setting my own chair out, trying not to think too hard. As darkness settled, I made a small dinner, ate inside the RV, and read for a while. Around 10, I switched off the lights. Rain pattered soft against the roof, the only sound to remind me I wasn't floating in a void. I drifted towards sleep, comforted by the thought that morning would look different. Morning always does. But sometime past midnight, I woke to a sound that didn't belong. It was faint at first, barely nudging me awake. A crunch, then another, the unmistakable rhythm of footsteps moving across wet gravel. Not a deer bounding, not the scatter of raccoons. Human steps, slow, deliberate, keeping distance but circling. I held still, listening hard. My window shades were drawn, but a faint glow pressed through. Headlights? I thought maybe another late arrival had rolled in, but no engine followed, no door slam. Just those steady steps circling my RV once, maybe twice, before fading away into silence. I told myself it was nothing, my mind playing tricks in the half-dream haze, but my heart knew better. It thumped hard against my ribs, reminding me that I was utterly alone out here. Sleep never came back. I sat there, staring into the dark, waiting for the sound to return. When the first pale light crept through the blinds, I dressed quickly, stepped outside, and scanned the ground. The gravel around my site was smooth, wet, untouched. No prints, no mud dragged across the pads of my shoes. I swallowed hard. Maybe I had dreamed it after all. I made coffee, sat under the awning, stepped and tried to ease my nerves. That was when I noticed something strange across the loop. The fifth wheel I'd seen last night, the one with the folded chair, it was gone. Vanished. No tracks in the gravel, no dents in the grass. Just an empty site, as though it had never been there at all. A chill worked through me, despite the coffee's warmth. Campers don't pack up quietly in the middle of the night. You hear doors slam, stabilizers cranking, engines coughing awake. None of that had reached me. I thought about leaving. Part of me wanted to fire up the RV and just drive until the rain cleared. But another part, the stubborn part, told me I was overreacting. Campgrounds can be eerie. People come and go at odd hours. My imagination had always been too sharp for my own good, so I stayed. By afternoon, the rain returned, thicker this time. Sheets of it blurred the trees, turned the loop road into a ribbon of mud. I stayed inside, listening to it pound the roof, the windows trembling against gusts of wind. Time drifted, unanchored. When it finally let up, I glanced at the clock and frowned. I could have sworn it was mid-afternoon, but the display read 6:44 p.m. The sky outside looked the same dull gray it had all day. I rubbed my eyes, chalked it up to being tired. I thought maybe a short walk would clear my head. Stretch my legs, get the blood moving. I slipped on a jacket, stepped outside, and started down the loop road. At first, it felt normal enough. The air smelled fresh after the storm, pines dripping overhead. I passed a couple of sites, empty and overgrown. Then I rounded a bend and stopped cold. The fifth wheel was back, parked exactly as before, blue chair folded beside the fire pit. Windows dark, silent. As though it had never moved, my skin prickled. I stood there staring too long, waiting for some sign of life. None came. Finally, I forced myself to keep walking. But the farther I went, the stranger it grew. The loop stretched on and on, more sights repeating themselves. The same warped picnic table, the same split fire ring, the same rusted lantern hook. I knew because I started counting the details. I'd seen them before. By the time I realized what was happening, my chest was tight, breath coming faster. I wasn't circling a campground. I was trapped in a loop, walking the same stretch over and over, with no end in sight. And every time I rounded that bend, the fifth wheel waited for me. Silent, patient, watching. I forced myself to keep moving, each step heavier than the last. I didn't want to admit what my eyes were telling me, but the truth pressed in with every repeated detail. I was walking in circles, not because I'd chosen to, but because the campground itself wouldn't let me leave. I slowed near the fifth wheel, studying it like it might give me an answer. The blue chair hadn't shifted an inch. The windows reflected nothing but the dripping trees behind me. My skin itched with the certainty that someone sat just inside, inches from the glass, holding perfectly still, watching me without blinking. A rational voice inside me scrambled for explanations. Maybe the sites were built from identical templates, picnic tables cut from the same molds, fire rings poured in the same shape. Maybe my brain, fogged from exhaustion, couldn't tell them apart. That voice clung to reason like a drowning man clutching a floating branch. But deep down, I knew reason had no place here. I turned back, quickening my pace, counting my steps to mark the distance. 50, then 100, then 2. When I rounded the next bend, the sight waiting for me sucked the air straight out of my chest. My RV, parked in a pull-in site, right where I'd left it. Except, no, that wasn't possible. I'd been walking the same direction the whole time. I hadn't doubled back. I hadn't crossed the open stretch where my rig should have been. Yet there it sat, identical down to the crooked angle of the awning, the coffee mug I'd left on the table outside. I froze, heart hammering. If this was my RV, then I should have been relieved. Home base. Safety. But something inside me screamed not to go closer. The air around it was too still, too heavy, as though the world itself leaned inward, holding its breath. I backed away step by step until the curve of the loop hid it from view. Then I turned and hurried in the opposite direction, desperate to break the cycle. My boots splashed in shallow puddles, the sound too loud against the unnatural hush of the woods. I don't know how long I walked. Time felt warped, like it had been stretched thin. My legs ached, lungs burning, but the scenery refused to change. Every bend fed into the same stretch of sights, the same warped tables and fire rings, and always, the fifth wheel lurking like a punctuation mark, reminding me there was no escape. By the time I stumbled back to my RV for the second time, I couldn't deny it anymore. The loop wasn't just a road. It was a trap. I ducked inside, slammed the door, and pressed my back to it, chest heaving. My reflection in the dark window startled me, pale, wide-eyed, wet hair plastered to my forehead. I looked like a stranger. For a long while, I sat in silence, waiting for something to happen. A knock on the door, a shadow moving past the window. But nothing came. The rain had stopped again, leaving only the creak of branches and the faint ticking of the cooling metal roof. When the sun dipped low, I realized I hadn't eaten. My hands shook as I made a sandwich, each slice of bread sticking clammily to my fingers. The first bite turned to paste in my mouth. I forced it down, knowing I'd need the strength. Night fell like a curtain. The woods outside grew darker than I thought possible, as though the sky had swallowed the moon whole. I turned on every light in the RV, each bulb buzzing faintly, casting harsh pools of yellow across the cramped space. It should have comforted me, but instead, it made the shadows sharper, the corners deeper. That was when I heard it again. The footsteps. Not circling this time, not pacing the gravel. They came slow and steady, crunching closer until they stopped right outside my door. I held my breath hard in my throat. Silence stretched, unbearable. Then, tap. A single knuckle against the metal. I jolted, choking back a shout. Another tap followed, then another, each exactly the same, spaced like a metronome. Not knocking for attention. Testing. Measuring. I wanted to call out, demand who was there, but my voice died before it reached my lips. Some part of me knew that answering would be worse than staying silent. The tapping went on for what felt like hours. Then it stopped. I sat frozen, every muscle locked, waiting for it to start again. But it didn't. Instead, the silence returned, heavier than before. At some point, exhaustion dragged me under. I don't remember lying down, don't remember closing my eyes, just the weight of sleep pinning me until I woke again to thin gray light pressing through the blinds. Morning should have brought relief. It didn't. When I stepped outside, something was waiting for me on the picnic table. a folded map, the same kind I'd seen in the check-in booth. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. The layout was simple, just a looping road with numbered sites branching off. A single arrow marked the entrance, another the exit. But in thick black pen, someone had scrawled across the circle, "No way out." The letters bled from the paper, edges blurred as though written in the rain. I dropped it, breath shallow, scanning the trees. No movement, no sound, just the map lying open on the table, accusing me with its message. I snatched it back up, stuffed it inside, and locked the door. Panic clawed at my chest. I couldn't stay here another night. I needed to try the road, storm or no storm. I fired up the engine, the familiar rumble grounding me for a moment. The tires crunched over wet gravel as I pulled away, following the loop toward the exit. My hands clung white-knuckled to the wheel, eyes locked ahead. The sign appeared, exit. Relief surged. I pressed the pedal harder, RV lurching forward. The trees thinned, light widening, and then just as quickly the booth came into view again. The entrance booth. I slammed the brakes, tires skidding in mud. My breath came in sharp, shallow bursts. No, I had followed the signs, I had driven straight, I had seen the word exit. But there it was, same as before, the faded wooden sign, the glass booth, the empty shelves of maps. The loop had closed itself again. And when I glanced in the mirror, my blood turned cold. The fifth wheel was behind me, following. At first, I thought it was a trick of the mirror, some leftover reflection from my panicked mind. But no. When I twisted in my seat and looked straight back through the rear window, the fifth wheel was there, lumbering along the loop road not 50 yards behind me. Its white siding gleamed unnaturally bright in the dim morning light, like it carried its own pale glow. No headlights, no sound of an engine, just movement. The sight of it following me hit deeper than fear. It sank into my gut with the weight of inevitability, the way you know a nightmare is about to turn worse, but you can't wake yourself up. I floored the accelerator, the RV groaning as it picked up speed on the narrow road. Gravel spit and clattered against the undercarriage. My hands were slick on the wheel. The trees blurred by, identical trunks, identical bends, the loop repeating itself faster and faster until I saw the booth again. It didn't matter how fast I drove. The booth always returned. The loop always reset. I skidded to a stop, chest heaving, and risked another glance in the mirror. The fifth wheel had closed the distance. It sat just around the bend now, too close, its windows like blank eyes staring straight into me. Something inside me snapped. I couldn't run circles forever. I threw the gear shift into park, shoved the door open, and stumbled out into the wet gravel. The air was cold against my sweat-soaked skin. Who's there? My voice cracked, weak, but it was all I had. What do you want from me? The forest swallowed my words whole. Not even an echo returned. The fifth wheel stood motionless, silent, no door opening, no figure stepping out. But the weight of attention pressed on me, heavy as a hand at the back of my neck. I backed away, stumbling toward the booth. Maybe, just maybe, there was something inside. Some switch, some explanation. I yanked at the door. It opened with a groan, hinges rust flaking onto the floor. The interior smelled of mildew and dust. Papers littered the counter, maps, receipts, a thick logbook water-warped at the edges. I flipped it open with trembling fingers. The first entries looked normal. Dates, names, site numbers. Families from Ohio, couples from Wisconsin, retirees in silver Airstreams. But as the pages turned, the writing changed. Words scrawled tighter, slanted. Whole sentences crossed out, rewritten, scratched deeper into the paper. The names repeated themselves. The dates warped. The same families signing in over and over, weeks apart, months apart, years apart, never leaving. The last page wasn't names at all, just a single line written across the paper in frantic, shaking strokes. Do not follow the loop. I slammed the book shut, pulse racing. The walls of the booth pressed close, air sour in my lungs. When I stepped back outside, the fifth wheel had moved closer. It was parked directly across the road now. No sound of an engine starting, no crunch of tires. Just there, waiting. I ran. Back to my RV, up the steps, door slammed, locks twisted. My chest heaved, throat burning. Through the windshield, the fifth wheel loomed, filling the road like a barricade. And then, movement. A curtain twitched inside one of its side windows. Just a flicker, enough to let me know I was right all along. Someone or something was in there. I couldn't sit still. Panic clawed too deep. I turned the wheel hard, tires spitting gravel, and forced my rig off the road. Branches screeched against the siding, pine boughs cracking under the weight. The RV shuddered and groaned, but I didn't stop. If the loop kept me bound to the road, then I'd break the rule. I'd cut through the forest until I tore myself free. The trees closed in tight, trunks like pillars, branches lashing at the windshield. I ducked low, steering blind, until the ground dropped suddenly. My stomach lurched as the RV tilted, slammed hard onto its suspension, and leveled again at the bottom of a shallow ravine. I killed the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely pull the keys. For a long moment, I just sat, chest heaving, waiting for the sound of pursuit. But nothing came. The woods around me were alive again. Birds chattered nervously in the canopy. A squirrel scolded from a nearby branch. The silence had broken. For the first time since I'd arrived, the campground felt like it was behind me. I let out a sob of relief I hadn't known I was holding. Maybe I'd done it. Maybe I'd found the crack in the circle. But then I saw the trail. It stretched out from the ravine floor, a narrow path of packed earth winding deeper into the trees. Not the loop road, too narrow, too raw, but carved by feet, worn smooth by passage. And nailed to the trunk of the nearest tree was a sign, hand-painted in faded black letters, "Camping Loop, this way." My breath caught. My legs trembled as I stumbled outside, mud sucking at my boots. I approached the sign, fingers brushing the rough paint. The arrow pointed down the trail, deeper into the woods. Behind me, the RV sat crooked in the ravine, engine ticking down. Ahead, the path waited, silent, patient, pulling me forward. And though every instinct screamed at me to turn back, I stepped onto the trail. The forest closed behind me, swallowing the sound of the RV, swallowing the last trace of escape. I walked. The trail twisted between roots and stones, climbing shallow rises, dropping into gullies. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, though I knew it was still mid-morning. The trees pressed tighter together, their trunks leaning inward like eavesdropping giants. And then, faint at first, I heard it, footsteps. Not behind me this time. Ahead, just out of sight, moving in rhythm with mine. Every time I stopped, they stopped. Every time I quickened, they matched. My chest tightened. I wanted to call out, but my throat locked. I forced myself forward around a bend and froze. There, not 20 yards ahead, the trail opened into a clearing. In the middle of that clearing sat my RV, not wrecked in a ravine, not scarred by branches, perfect, whole, awning rolled out, chair on the table, coffee mug waiting, and parked right beside it, door facing mine, was the fifth wheel. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, my pulse hammering so hard it made my vision stutter. My RV and the fifth wheel sat side by side like mirror images of safety and dread, both perfectly placed as though someone had arranged them just for me. The air in that clearing felt wrong, too still. The damp forest smells had been stripped away, leaving only the faint metallic tang I'd noticed when I first arrived. Rust, blood, or something stranger. I couldn't pin it down. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My body screamed to turn and run back into the trees, but my mind whispered a harsher truth. There was nowhere to run. The loop wasn't bound by roads. It had bled into the forest itself. Then I saw it. The fifth wheel's door. It was open. Not wide, just a crack, enough to show blackness within. My skin prickled. I stared so long my eyes watered. I thought maybe the darkness inside shifted, pulling deeper like something alive. I wanted to shut my eyes, pretend it wasn't there, but I couldn't. That sliver of shadow had me hooked like a fish on a line. Without realizing, my feet began moving. One step, then another, gravel crunching faintly underfoot. My breath rasped too loud in the stillness. Each step closer brought me another wave of dread, but I couldn't stop. When I reached the door, my hand hovered over the latch. My palm tingled, every nerve screaming not to touch. But before I could decide, the door creaked wider on its own. Darkness spilled out thick and heavy, carrying a draft colder than the air outside. And then, voices. Faint, overlapping, rising from the black. Not one voice, but dozens tangled together, some pleading, some whispering, some crying out half-formed words that collapsed into static. I staggered back, choking on fear, my body desperate to flee. The door creaked wider, and for a split second I thought I saw faces behind the glass of the nearest window. Not clear faces, blurred outlines, pale smears pressing close, vanishing the second I blinked. The voices rose to a pitch, all those tangled tones pulling into one phrase, repeated over and over in perfect rhythm. Stay on the loop. I bolted. I didn't think, didn't look back, just ran for my own RV. My boots slid in mud, breath tearing ragged through my throat. I burst inside, slammed the door, twisted the lock. My hands shook so hard I dropped the keys twice before stabbing them into the ignition. The engine roared alive, lights flaring. For a heartbeat, I thought it would die, thought the loop would smother it. But it held. I threw it into gear and tore forward, mud spitting behind me. As I shot out of the clearing, I risked one glance in the mirror. The fifth wheel's door hung wide, and just before the trees swallowed it, I saw a figure step into the light. Not clear, not fully formed. Just a silhouette, tall and motionless, its head tilting slightly as though memorizing me. I drove blind, following no trail, just pushing through gaps between trees until the ground leveled into gravel again. When I finally burst back onto the loop road, I nearly sobbed from the jolt of familiarity. Except the loop had changed. The road stretched straighter, narrower, lined with sights I didn't recognize. The numbers painted on the posts were wrong, higher than before, 30, 31, 32. Each one marked by decaying RVs, tents rotted to tatters, picnic tables sunken into moss. Some rigs leaned sideways as if abandoned for decades, windows shattered, doors hanging loose. The farther I drove, the worse it got. Burned-out shells, metal frames twisted and black, ash-stained fire rings filled with bones too clean to be animal. My hands tightened on the wheel until my knuckles ached. I wanted to close my eyes, but the road demanded focus. My headlights carved a tunnel of light through a nightmare graveyard of campers who had never escaped. And then, cutting through the dark ahead, a glow appeared. Faint, flickering, my chest clenched with both dread and hope. It was the exit booth, but this time someone stood inside. I slowed as I approached, breath trembling. A man, maybe in his 40s, beard shot with gray, clothes ragged, stared at me through the smeared glass. His eyes were wide, sunken, burning with something between fear and warning. He lifted a hand, palm flat to the window. His lips moved. At first I couldn't make it out. Then I realized he was mouthing one word, over and over. Run. The booth light sputtered. His face flickered like a bad signal on an old TV, blurring and jerking before snapping back. He slammed both hands against the glass, mouth opening in a scream I couldn't hear, and just like that, he was gone. The booth stood empty, as though he had never been there. My RV idled at the threshold. Ahead, the road stretched into darkness, straight, open, a promise of escape. My breath caught. This was it. This had to be the way out. I pressed the pedal. The RV lurched forward, crossing the threshold, and the instant my tires hit fresh gravel, my stomach dropped, because I knew this road. The same leaning birches. The same ruts filled with rainwater, the same weathered wooden sign at the fork. Birch Bend Campground, 3 miles. I had driven myself back to the very beginning. The loop hadn't broken. It had reset. And this time I wasn't sure I'd have the strength to try again. The sight of that weathered sign gutted me. I pulled over just short of it, the RV idling low, my hands locked on the wheel, though I couldn't feel my fingers anymore. Rain had started again, light at first, tapping against the windshield like a clock counting down. For the first time since I'd rolled into Birch Bend, I felt the weight of something larger than fear, despair. The loop wasn't just a road or a trick of direction. It was a trap, patient and endless, reshaping itself to keep me circling until I broke. I cut the engine. The sudden silence pressed harder than any noise could have. I sat there, forehead against the wheel, listening to my own breathing. That's when I noticed it, the smell. It crept in slow, almost delicate, like someone sliding a damp cloth across the air. Not pine, not rain, not rust this time. Smoke. Charred wood, bitter and clinging, as if every fire pit in the campground had been lit at once. I lifted my head, sniffing the air. It wasn't faint anymore. It was thick, filling my nose and throat until I coughed. I glanced outside, expecting to see a haze through the trees. But there was no smoke, no glow of flame. The forest looked the same, wet and dark, not a spark in sight. Still, the smell grew stronger. Acrid. Ashy. It carried memories I didn't want. Campfires from childhood, my father's voice telling me to stack wood properly, the sting in my eyes when the smoke shifted direction. But threaded through was something darker. Something that wasn't wood. My gut clenched. I knew that smell, even if I didn't want to admit it. Burned meat. I stumbled out of the RV, gagging in the heavy air. The gravel crunched under my boots, the trees leaned close, their wet bark streaked darker than before. The smell tugged me toward the loop road, as though invisible fingers hooked into my chest. I followed, half dazed, until I reached a sight I didn't recognize. The fire ring was filled with glowing coals, though no flames licked above them. Beside it sat a picnic table, surface blackened, edges charred, and across the table lay something that made my blood run cold. A map. Not folded neat this time, but spread wide, pinned flat by rocks at each corner. The surface bubbled and curled where fire had licked the edges. But the words scrawled across it remained clear. The loop keeps what it needs. My stomach turned. I backed away, shaking my head, whispering to myself that it wasn't real, that paper doesn't burn without fire. But the heat rolling off the coals said otherwise. Then from the trees behind me came a new sound. Not footsteps, not tapping. Breathing. Slow, heavy, too close. I turned, every muscle taut, but saw nothing. Just trunks and dripping branches. The sound continued, louder now, as though someone stood just behind me but refused to show themselves. My voice cracked when I tried to speak. Who are you? The breathing hitched, then steadied again, calm, deliberate, drawing deep as though savoring my fear. I stumbled backward, heart slamming until my legs hit the bench of the picnic table. My knees buckled, forcing me to sit. The burning map lay inches from my hand, its words seared into me. The loop keeps what it needs. Was that it? Was that why I was here? Had the loop chosen me? Pulled me off the road like a fish on a line because it needed something? The thought rooted itself in my chest, heavier than the fear. Maybe the loop didn't trap everyone. Maybe only the ones it wanted. Maybe all those vanished RVs, all those bones and fire rings weren't accidents or bad luck. They were chosen, just like me. The breathing stopped. The silence it left was worse, a vacuum that screamed louder than sound. I stood slowly, shaking, and forced my legs to carry me back to the RV. The loop didn't resist me this time. No footsteps chased, no voices whispered. Just silence, thick and expectant, as though waiting for me to realize something I hadn't yet. Inside the RV, I locked the door, collapsed into the seat, and stared at my pale reflection in the dark window. I couldn't keep circling. Couldn't keep pretending I might find an exit if I just drove harder, ran faster. The loop wasn't meant to be escaped. It was meant to be endured. And if the loop kept what it needed, then maybe I had to decide whether I would give it what it wanted or let it take me the way it had taken the others. A knock shattered my thoughts. Sharp, sudden, on the glass beside me. I jolted, head snapping toward it, and there, pressed against the window, was a hand. Not my reflection. Not a trick of light. A hand, pale and thin, palm flat against the glass, fingers splayed wide. My breath caught. I froze, eyes locked on that hand. Then a second hand appeared beside it, and then a face. But not a stranger's. My own. I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. My own face stared back at me from the outside of the RV window, pale, dripping with rain, eyes wide with something between fear and accusation. It was like staring at a mirror, but off. The details were wrong. The mouth twitched in small, uneven spasms. The pupils were too large, swallowing nearly all the color. I whispered without meaning to. That's not me. The reflection smiled. Slow, painful, like someone pulling strings at the corners of its mouth. I staggered back, knees banging against the counter. My heart tried to tear through my ribs. I wanted to scream, but the sound locked in my throat. Then came the tapping again. Not behind me, not on the walls, but from every window at once. A dozen fingers, no, dozens, drumming, clicking, as though the RV had been surrounded by 100 versions of myself. I spun, staring from pane to pane, but the glass reflected only pale skin, wide eyes, wet hair. My face multiplied. The sound rose into a frenzy, faster, louder. The RV vibrated with it, metal groaning under the storm of hands. I clutched my head, dropped to the floor, whispered prayers I hadn't spoken since I was a child, and then, just as suddenly, silence. I opened my eyes. The windows were black. No faces. No hands. Only rain, streaking thin lines through the glass. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling. My throat felt raw, though I hadn't made a sound. That's when I saw it. On the inside of the glass, just above the lock, a smear, oily, wet. The mark of a hand dragged down. Something had touched the inside. I backed away slowly, shaking my head. No. But as I turned toward the door, I fropen. Only an inch. Just enough for the cold air to curl inside. I knew I'd locked it. I'd heard the latch snap. But now it hung there, waiting. I thought of the map. The message burned into its skin. The loop keeps what it needs. Maybe the loop hadn't just trapped me here. Maybe it had already opened me up, piece by piece, letting parts of me out into the woods until they multiplied. Maybe what I'd seen outside wasn't an imitation at all. Maybe it was me, the part the loop had peeled away. I swallowed, forced myself forward, and shoved the door shut again. The click echoed louder than thunder. I pressed my back to it, sliding down until I hit the floor. I couldn't keep circling, couldn't keep running. The loop wanted me broken, spread thin like smoke through the trees. And if I let fear hollow me out, it would take everything. The only chance I had, the only chance was to confront it. I don't know how long I sat there, gathering whatever courage I had left. The rain slowed, the night pressed deeper, and the silence stretched into something unbearable. At last, I rose, grabbed the flashlight, and opened the door again. The woods swallowed me whole. The loop waited, and I walked toward it. The air outside was heavier than it had been all night. Each breath clung to my lungs like wet cloth. My boots sank into the softened ground with quiet thuds as if even the earth wanted to smother any sound I made. The beam of my flashlight was narrow, weaker than it should have been, the edges of the light swallowed up by the trees too quickly. The loop road stretched before me, pale under the washed-out sky, gravel glistening with rain. But it didn't feel empty. Every step forward carried the weight of unseen eyes, as though the forest had leaned closer to watch. I told myself, out loud, that this was it, that I wasn't running anymore. My voice cracked, shaking in the wet dark, and I hated the way it sounded. Thin, desperate, almost begging. The smell of smoke still lingered, though softer now, woven with damp moss and rotting leaves. It led me, faint but steady, like a thread pulling me deeper. I walked. Past the same crooked sign, past the same bent birch, past the same abandoned fire ring where coals still glowed faint red though the rain had fallen for hours. And then I heard it. A low hum. Not mechanical, not wind. Human. It drifted out from the trees, no words, just a steady vibration. A voice, maybe two, blending into each other. Too far to make out details, but close enough to curl the hair on the back of my neck. I lifted the flashlight, aiming toward the sound. The beam cut through branches slick with water, caught motes of mist floating low to the ground. And there, just beyond reach of the light, shapes, figures. 3 of them, standing perfectly still between the trees, faces hidden in shadow. The hum deepened, rolling through my chest like a second heartbeat. My knees weakened, but I forced myself forward, whispering the only question that mattered. What do you want from me? The hum stopped. The silence afterward was crushing. Then, in unison, the figures raised their arms and pointed down the road, the direction I'd already walked 100 times. The loop. My throat tightened. I wanted to run, to collapse, to vanish into the wet ground. But my feet moved on their own, carrying me where they directed. Step after step, my breath ragged, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The figures didn't follow. They didn't need to. Their presence clung to me, echoing with every movement. The road curved ahead, that same merciless bend I'd seen over and over. I braced myself for the inevitable. Sign, birch, fire ring, my prison closing tighter. But as I came around the curve, I froze. It wasn't the same. The loop had changed. The road dipped downward into a hollow I hadn't seen before. The trees leaned back, opening into a clearing where the ground sank dark and uneven. And there, in the center of it all, sat an RV. Not mine. Older, rusted, windows fogged from the inside. Its door hung half open, swaying slightly though there was no wind. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to turn back, but I knew this was it. The heart of the loop. The place it had been leading me all along. I stepped forward one slow breath at a time and aimed the light at the open door. Inside, shadows shifted. Something waited. The closer I came to that RV, the more wrong the air felt. It was colder here, sharp against my skin, the kind of cold that didn't belong in the wet summer night. The forest itself seemed to recoil from it. The trees bent outward, branches twisted as if trying to lean away from the clearing. The flashlight beam slid across its corroded metal skin, revealing streaks of rust like dried blood. The windows were fogged, but not from the weather. The condensation pulsed, almost as if something inside was breathing against the glass. The open door creaked softly, back and forth, though the night was windless. I stopped at the steps, the metal groaning under my boot when I put my weight on it. My hand hovered over the doorframe, trembling. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't want to enter. But every part of me knew this was the core of the loop. Whatever truth or end there was, it lived in here. I ducked inside. The air hit me first. Thick, choking, a mixture of mildew, ash, and something far worse, sweet, cloying, unmistakable, the smell of rot. My light skimmed over the interior. The layout mirrored my own RV, but warped. Cabinets sagged from the ceiling, their hinges twisted, wood blackened as though scorched. The walls were smeared with handprints, dozens of them, overlapping in layers of ash and grease. And the table? The table held a map, not just one, piles of them, each crumpled, burned, torn, scrawled with the same words again and again. The loop keeps what it needs. The loop keeps what it needs. The ink bled, but the phrase repeated so many times it was impossible to mistake. I staggered closer, hand trembling as I brushed one aside. Beneath it lay another, and another. And then, a photo. My photo. Me, standing at the gas station earlier that day, the one where the attendant had avoided my eyes, muttered something I couldn't catch. My face frozen in a moment I hadn't realized anyone was watching. My breath shattered. I fumbled through the pile and more photos spilled out. Different angles, different moments. Me pulling into Birch Bend, me stepping from my RV, me staring at the crooked sign, every second documented. I dropped them, backing away fast, colliding with the wall. My flashlight beam jerked wildly across the small cabin until it landed on the back. The bed. Someone or something was lying there, a figure curled on its side facing the wall, motionless. I swallowed hard, throat raw, and whispered, "Hello?" The figure shifted, slowly, and rolled over. The light hit its face, my own. Eyes open, lips cracked, skin drawn tight against bone. It smiled and whispered in a voice that was both mine and not. "You finally made it." My knees nearly gave out. I clutched the counter to steady myself, the flashlight trembling so hard the beam skittered across the warped ceiling. The figure on the bed, myself, yet not, propped itself up on one elbow. Its movements were stiff, deliberate, as if the joints weren't used to bending anymore. Its eyes stayed locked on mine, pupils too wide, swallowing the color until the irises looked like black pools. "I've been waiting," it said. The voice was ragged, torn, but the cadence was mine. "You took longer than I thought." I shook my head violently. "You're not real. You're not." It laughed, a dry crack in the silence. "Not real? Do you feel real? Do you even know which one you are?" I stumbled back, hitting the wall near the door. My lungs felt too small. Each breath rattled like gravel. I tried to tell myself it was a hallucination, some trick of exhaustion and fear, but the smell of its breath, stale, sour, edged with something metallic, filled the cabin. too vivid to deny. "Why are you doing this?" My voice cracked, weak. "Why me?" Its smile widened, splitting the skin at the corners of its mouth. Dark fluid seeped from the cracks. It didn't flinch. "Because the loop keeps what it needs, and it needs you." I gripped the flashlight tighter, knuckles white, and took a step closer, though every instinct screamed to run. "Why me?" I shouted, my voice breaking into something raw. Its eyes glimmered in the beam, wet and unblinking. "Because you never stop running. Because you circle the same roads, the same regrets. Because you've always been in the loop. You just didn't see it until now." The words landed like stones in my chest. My mind flashed to all the highways, all the empty nights I'd spent driving without destination, fleeing things I couldn't name. Was this place really a trap or a mirror? The other me slid its legs off the bed, feet hitting the warped floor with a dull thud. The sound reverberated through me, wrong in its weight. It stood slowly, swaying like a marionette cut loose, and took a step toward me. My body pressed back against the door. My hand fumbled for the latch. It tilted its head, that broken smile never fading. "You can't leave. Not until you give the loop what it needs." The tapping started again. Not outside this time. Inside. From the cabinets. From under the floor. From the ceiling above. Hundreds of tiny fingers drumming, building faster, louder, until the walls shook. The other me's grin widened with the rhythm, as though the sound itself was pulling it closer. I slammed the door latch, threw myself backward into the night air, and nearly tripped on the steps. Rain hit my face, cold and sharp, but it felt like freedom. I stumbled across the clearing, the tapping still hammering behind me, echoing through the forest like a storm of bones. I didn't look back. Couldn't. The loop might bend, the road might circle, but I had to keep moving. The gravel crunched beneath my boots, the trees rose tall and endless, and up ahead in the beam of my light, my RV, parked neatly where I'd left it. Door shut, windows dark, waiting. My chest locked when I saw it. My RV, squatting in the dark like it had been waiting the whole time. I slowed, half stumbling, unable to convince myself it was real. The rain slicked the metal skin so it gleamed faintly in my light, and the familiar outline of the roof vent, the dent on the driver's side fender, it was all mine. But the part of me that still trusted instinct screamed, "Trap." I circled it slowly, beam trembling across its sides. The tires were wet but clean, no mud splashed on the wheel wells, no tracks in the gravel leading here, as if it hadn't moved at all, as if it had been here every second I'd been wandering. My hand reached the door handle, then stopped. Inside was safety. Food, warmth, a lock between me and the nightmare in that other RV. But inside could also mean surrender. Inside could mean the loop closing its jaws for good. I whispered to myself, "Don't open it." And then click. The door latch shifted on its own. The door cracked open, slow and deliberate, spilling a thin line of darkness at my feet. I froze. The rain pattered on my jacket, my flashlight wavered in my grip. My mind screamed at me to run, to turn back into the woods, but my legs carried me up the steps as though the choice wasn't mine. The smell hit first. My smell. Coffee grounds, motor oil, damp blankets. But woven into it was that other scent I'd been trying to deny since the clearing. Ash and rot. I stepped inside. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it, the mug on the counter, the crumpled map on the dash, the blanket tossed carelessly on the bed. But the air pressed heavier, the walls closer. My own reflection stared at me from the dark window, pale and jagged, eyes too wide. And then I realized it wasn't a reflection. It smiled. From inside the glass, not outside. The window fogged with its breath. Words traced slowly across the condensation as if written by a finger from the other side. Let go. I stumbled back, hitting the counter, the flashlight clattering to the floor. The beam spun wildly across the ceiling. The tapping began again, inside the walls, behind the cabinets, under the floorboards. The whole RV shook. And the voice, the same voice I'd heard in the other RV, my voice, cracked and broken, rose from every direction at once. You've always been mine. I covered my ears, shouting wordless noise just to drown it, but the sound drilled straight into my skull. The lights flickered, dimmed, then went out, leaving me in total dark except for the flashlight beam quivering across the bed. And there, curled beneath the blanket, was a figure. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, the blanket shifted, and the figure sat up. It was me, again, but this time its mouth opened wider and wider until the skin tore at the corners. And from that cavernous dark came not words, but the sound of my own breathing. The breathing filled the RV, not coming from a single throat, but all around me, beneath the floor, behind the cabinets, in the vents. It was my breath multiplied, slowed, filing the space until there was no room left for my own. I wanted to crawl into a corner and disappear, but there was nowhere that didn't already hold the echo of me. The figure on the bed, my figure, tilted its head and smiled that impossible smile, teeth too clean against skin stretched too thin. It reached toward me with hands that trembled like old leaves, and as they broke the edge of the blanket, I saw the marks on its wrists, tiny scars, rings like rope had cut into flesh, the pale track of someone who had been tethered and tugged. "Let go," it said again, softer now, like a lullaby turned mean. "No," I told it, and the sound of my own voice surprised me with how steady it was. I had to believe I meant it. I had to choose it. If I didn't, the loop would take the choice from me. My knees buckled. Memories came raw and fast. Roads at 2 a.m, taillights dwindling to red glass, the small town with the neon deli where I'd slept in the cab because I couldn't face the motel, the time I left before dawn and waved to no one, the nights my hands found the wheel more certain than any friendship. I thought of my sister in Marquette and her laugh when she caught me staring at the lake like it might tell me a secret. Those were the shards I clutched to keep from unraveling. "You've always been running," my double murmured, and there was pity in the shape of the word that made my jaw ache. "And the loop loves runners. It keeps them, hunts them, until there's nothing left but steady feet and hollow bones." I slid backward along the wall until my shoulder hit the counter, breath shallow. The RV smelled like burned coffee and something metallic, a copper sting that made my mouth taste like old pennies. The tapping in the walls had slowed somehow, as if someone had lowered the tempo to lull me. Then, impossibly, it stopped. The silence after that was a held breath, and in it I could hear the faintest scrape, like fingernails being dragged across paper. I thought of the maps, the names checked into the book, the loops and loops of the same handwriting. I thought of the man in the booth mouthing "run," of the mapped instructions scorched into the picnic table. The loop wanted more than bodies. It wanted patterns, habit, repetition, that awful human comfort in doing the same thing because you have always done it. It wanted my routine. It wanted my forgetting. My hand went to the keys in the ignition without me realizing it. They were cold. When I lifted them, the metal hummed faintly as if remembering motion. On impulse, I threw the keys onto the counter. They skittered, clinked against the mug, and rolled toward the open door. The door was still cracked an inch, breath of the forest curling inside. The sound of my own breath, multiplied, mechanical, filled my ears. The other me laughed, a sound like paper being torn. "You can leave," it said. "You can drive until your arms fall off, but when your wheels find that first bend again, you'll feel it tug, soft as a cord around your ankle, and you'll slow. You always do." "No," I said again, louder. "Not this time." I forced myself up, walked past the bed, and knelt down to the floorboard. From beneath the laminate, the tapping resumed, but now it had a rhythm like a heartbeat, slow, deliberate. My flashlight beam carved a path into shadow. I reached under the couch where the sound seemed strongest. My fingers brushed something that was neither wood nor fabric, but paper. A stack of tiny folded notes taped to the underside of the frame as if someone had hidden messages for a future self. I peeled one free with shaking hands. The ink had bled, but the words were legible. Stop. Turn. Give. Don't let it take the rest. Someone had tried to bargain. Someone had tried to break the rule. My fingers trembled as I read it again. Give. Give. The word sat like a stone. I turned another page, names, dates, small sketches of roads curling like veins, each one crossed out, each one circled back. At the bottom of the last note was one word: remember. Remember what? Who? The map of my life flickered. Faces, small kindnesses, the way my sister left a note on my dashboard once telling me not to hurry. The memory was blunt and clean and about as solid as anything I had left. I felt it. The clumsy, stubborn love for that person who waited in the real world. The person whose laugh I could still hum if I tried. I pushed to my feet. The other me watched me with interest, like a child watching a chess player move the queen. "You'll never make it," it said, but there was no cruelty now, only certainty. "You'll come back. They always do. The loop collects." "Maybe I will," I said, "but not in the way you mean." I grabbed the flashlight and the stack of notes and shoved them into my jacket. The doors, both RV doors, were ajar, breathing the same damp night. I stepped outside into the rain, and the loop's cold hands slid across my shoulders like a leash. For a moment, I stood frozen on the steps, the forest all around me still as a held breath. And then I did the one thing I had not done since I arrived. I raised my face to the dark, closed my eyes, and I made a choice. Not to run. Not to circle. Not to surrender. To remember. I thought of the diner, my sister, the ordinary things the loop had tried to flatten into pattern. I thought of the warmth of a conversation that doesn't end in silence, of a laugh that doesn't echo back like an empty canyon. I thought of the people who had written notes and left them under floorboards, people who had not let the loop finish them. They had tried, and some had failed, but not all. The message on the paper, remember, was a map that wasn't about roads. It was about tether. I picked a tree and leaned my back against it and felt the bark bite my shoulders. The loop pulsed around me, a ring of roads and false exits and mirrored RVs. The fifth wheel somewhere in the dark watched and waited. The other versions of me drummed at the windows, whispering their looping lullaby. But here, pressed against the honest rough skin of a living tree, I felt another voice, mine, clear as a bell, saying, "I am not only what I run from." I took a breath, deep, entire, shaking, and then another. I remembered names. I said them aloud, one after the other. My sister's name, the attendant at the gas station who wouldn't meet my eyes, the little dog that had barked at my left rear bar once and then disappeared. Each name was a handhold, a stitch in the fabric the loop wanted to tear apart. I said them until the words filled the night and the fabric held. That's when the world tilted. The fifth wheel's door banged open somewhere deep in the loop, and a chorus of my faces pressed against glass, shouting the old invitation. Let go. The tapping became a drumbeat again, insistent, like the loop trying to drown me. But my voice rose over it. I didn't plead or bargain. I spoke as if planting a flag. "I remember," I said. "I remember who I am." Something like a wind passed through the trees. Not a gust, more like a reordering. The gravel around my boots shivered. The air tasted less like ash and more like coffee grounds and wet earth. Real things. The tapping faltered. For a frightening breath, everything held. Then the other me stepped out of the RV in the clearing, a ragged mirror made solid, and looked at me. For a moment, we were two halves of a broken thing, testing if we could be joined again. "You can't keep it," it said softly. "It takes until there's nothing left. Then I'll give it something else," I replied, and I meant it the way a man means a promise on his knees. Not my life, not my pieces, not my forgetting. I reached into my jacket, pulled out one of the folded notes, the one that said stop, turn, give, and held it up like an offering. The mirror soul blinked. For a heartbeat, there was a flicker of recognition, a human thing in its black eyes. Then, with hands that were finally steady, it reached out and touched the paper. The paper went hot in my hand. The loop's hum swelled into a roar as if offended. The mirrored face on the other side warped, then softened, and for the first time I saw not hunger but relief. It traced the word give with its finger, and then in a sound that was part sigh and part unlonely sob, it folded itself inward. The effect was not cinematic. There was no bright light, no thunderclap. The loop didn't explode. Things simply incrementally shifted. The air leaned back. The trees straightened. The fifth wheel's door closed with a soft, final click. The glass faces at the windows paled one by one like fog clearing from a window pane. I dropped the remaining notes onto the ground. They smoldered, edges blackening, and then they were only ash. The tapping stopped. The hum faded into distant wind. I stood in the rain, chest heaving, feeling both empty and strangely full. The loop hadn't crumpled into nothing. It was a thing that might return, hungry and patient, but for now it had taken something I had chosen to give. Not my life, not my memory. A small piece of the running part of me, the thing that kept circling to avoid the ache of human connection. I'd handed it over like bait, a trade I hadn't known how to make until the moment arrived. The RV behind me, my RV, the real one, looked normal in the new light. The road ahead curved true and honest. The exit sign at the fork gleamed like an answer for the first time. I could feel the line in the air where the loop's skin thinned. Beyond it, the world waited. Ordinary, messy, dangerous, with real people and imperfect promises. I climbed back into my rig, hands numb and trembling. I turned the key. The engine caught with a steady hum. For a second, I wanted to check the mirrors, to make sure the fifth wheel hadn't reappeared like a bad dream. It did not. I drove toward the fork in the road. The Birch Bend campground 3 miles sign loomed into view, familiar and real. My foot eased from the gas. I steered toward the exit, feeling a strange, stubborn joy at the smallness of the act. When I rolled onto the highway, the world widened. The loop stayed behind like a tide line at the edge of the road, visible if I looked but not reaching. I didn't speed. I didn't flee. I drove with hands steady on the wheel. Yes, the memory of the loop tucked into me, not as a wound, but as a scar that reminded me what to hold tight. Outside the windshield, the sky opened, and for the first time in a long while, I let myself remember the faces I loved. Not as anchors to weigh me down, but as reasons to stay moving forward. The figure on the bed drew in that rattling breath, my breath, torn from my own lungs, and I felt my chest constrict, as if it were stealing air straight out of me. I staggered backward, gripping the counter for balance, but the room tilted as though the RV itself were sliding down some unseen slope. The figure leaned forward. Its skin sagged like wet paper, my features drooping and distorted. Yet the eyes were alive, sharp, watching me with something worse than malice. Understanding. It knew me. It knew everything I had hidden in the corners of myself. The fear, the guilt, the instinct to run when I should fight. "You don't need roads," it whispered, though its lips barely moved. "You don't need maps. You need to stop pretending you ever left." The words cut me open in ways I can't explain, because somewhere deep down I knew the loop wasn't about the trail. It wasn't about the RV. It was about me, about the things I never faced. I shouted, more to myself than to it, "I'm not staying here." The RV lurched violently, throwing me against the wall. The cabinets banged open, dishes shattering on the floor. The flashlight spun again and landed against the far corner, its beam stabbing across the figure. It had risen from the bed, and it moved like a mirror. Every stagger, every shallow breath, every tremble in my hands, it copied me. I raised my arm to shield my eyes, and it did the same, only slower, like an echo catching up. I realized then what the loop wanted, not just to trap me, to replace me. The tapping from the walls grew frantic, like hundreds of fingers drumming in unison. The windows fogged over completely, sealing me inside a capsule of breathing glass. My double stepped closer, and with each step I felt my own strength bleed away, my legs buckling, my chest tightening. I couldn't run. Not anymore. So I did the only thing I hadn't tried yet. I closed my eyes, and I breathed. Not the shallow, panicked gulps the thing wanted me to choke on. A deep, deliberate breath. The kind my dad had taught me on those long camping nights when the dark felt endless, and fear was just another sound in the woods. I breathed again, and for a second, just a second, the tapping slowed. When I opened my eyes, the figure had stopped mid-step, its chest rising and falling, trying to match me, but it couldn't. Its breath came ragged, desperate. My strength returned in that tiny gap. I realized then the loop fed on fear, on panic, on surrender. If I stopped giving it that, maybe I could break it. But the RV groaned around me, furious at my defiance. The walls bulged inward, the ceiling bowed, and the double screamed with my own stolen voice, so loud the glass cracked in spiderweb patterns. I didn't have much time. Either I walked out that door now, or I never would. I lunged for the door, every muscle shaking, the double scream still ripping through the air. My hand hit the handle, slick with condensation, and I twisted. For a moment it resisted, like it had sealed shut with the weight of the loop itself, but then it snapped open and the night exploded in. Rain whipped my face, wind tearing at me as if the forest was alive, trying to drag me back inside. I stumbled out, boots slapping against wet gravel, and didn't look back. I couldn't. If I saw it again, my face, my voice, I might falter. The trail stretched ahead, black and endless, but this time I didn't hesitate. I didn't circle. I didn't count my steps. I just moved forward, breathing steady, one step and then another, like the rhythm was a weapon. Behind me, the RV groaned, a sound like metal folding in on itself. The tapping followed, thousands of hands pounding against invisible walls, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, silence. I froze. The night was still. The rain had stopped. I turned. Where the RV had been, there was nothing. No gravel turnout, no dented fender, no fogged glass with words scrawled across it. Just trees, standing silent and drenched in moonlight. I stood there a long time, waiting for the forest to shift, waiting for the trail to loop me back into the nightmare. But it didn't. Not this time. By dawn, I stumbled out into an open clearing I hadn't seen before. A dirt road cut through the mist, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I heard something real. The distant hum of an engine. A ranger truck. The man who climbed out asked if I was lost. I told him yes. I didn't mention the RV. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't even mention the trail. Because how do you explain a prison that only exists inside your own reflection? But I carried the lesson with me. Fear feeds the loop. Panic gives it teeth. The more I ran from myself, the deeper I sank. That night taught me that sometimes the only way out of the dark isn't to fight it or to run from it, but to face it, to breathe through it, to let it know it doesn't own you. I still camp. I still drive that old RV, dent and all. But when the nights get long, when the woods press in and every sound feels like it's coming from just behind the glass, I remember. I remember that the loop is always waiting. And I remember that I don't have to step into it again, because the trail only owns you if you forget who you are. And I haven't forgotten. Not yet. I didn't plan on stopping in that ghost town. Nobody ever does. You don't circle a place like that on the map, but don't imagine yourself pulling in for a peaceful night the way you might with a lakeside campground or a quiet forest clearing. But that's the way travel with an RV goes. Sometimes the road takes you to places you would never choose, and sometimes your engine makes that choice for you. My name's Daniel Reyes, 38 years old, born in San Antonio, raised on road trips. I've driven my RV, an old but reliable Winnebago I picked up secondhand, through deserts, mountains, and flat plains that stretch so far you forget the sky has an end. But the night my radiator gave up on me, I found myself alone in the desert, coasting into a place I'd never heard of before. A town that looked like it had been abandoned mid-breath, like life had simply stopped there, and no one bothered to restart it. The sun had already dipped below the horizon when the warning light flared red on the dash. Steam hissed out from under the hood, and the temperature gauge shot upward. I pulled over, killed the engine, and felt that deep, sinking dread you only feel when you realize you're about to be stuck in the middle of nowhere. My cell signal was gone. The last bar had flickered out 20 minutes earlier. The road behind me was 50 miles of dust and silence. The road ahead was a blur of twilight. And then, like an apparition, the shape of weather-beaten buildings rose out of the desert. I rolled down into it with momentum alone. The engine had given me nothing, but the slight grade of the road carried me into town, where broken signs and empty windows stared at me like hollow eyes. I coasted past an old gas station, its pumps frozen in time, glass shattered across the ground. My RV slowed, tires crunching on gravel, until it came to a stop in the middle of what must have once been Main Street. That was my first mistake, leaving it there, right in the heart of the dead town, like a stubborn outsider planting his flag where it didn't belong. But in that moment, I wasn't thinking about omens or bad luck. I was thinking about water, tools, maybe some shade where I could wait until morning and figure things out. I stepped out into silence. Not the kind of silence you get in forests broken by wind in the leaves or an owl calling in the distance. This was heavier, stranger. The desert air hung still, pressing against my skin like the town was holding its breath, waiting. The gas station had a door hanging half off its frame. I pushed it open and stepped inside, flashlight cutting through dust. Cans still lined the shelves, labels faded, peeling. A register sat with its drawer open, bills curled yellow inside. I remember thinking, it looks like people just walked out one day and never came back. No looting, no fire, no collapse. Just abandonment. I called out once, a useless habit, maybe hoping someone would answer. My voice bounced back, warped and flat. It sounded like someone else repeating me. That was the first shiver of unease. I left and walked further down Main Street. A barber shop, chairs overturned, mirror cracked. A diner with menus still on tables, coffee mugs fossilized in brown rings. I stood there a long time staring at one booth, napkin dispenser tipped over, ketchup bottle half used, and I could almost see the family that must have once sat there. Kids swinging their legs, mother brushing crumbs from the table. For a split second, I thought I actually heard it. Laughter, a clink of silverware. I froze, breath caught. My flashlight beam trembled, but the sound never came again. By then, the desert night had wrapped itself tight around the town. Temperatures dropped fast from the dry scorch of afternoon to the sharp bite of cold. I hurried back to the RV, telling myself I'd lock the doors, get some rest, and deal with the radiator in the morning. The town could wait. But sleep doesn't come easy in a place like that. The RV groaned with the settling of its frame. My mattress felt more like a slab of stone. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of the town pressing against the windows, as if unseen faces leaned close to the glass to watch. Around midnight, the first sound came. A knock. 3 sharp raps against the side of the RV. My eyes flew open. I held my breath, listening. Maybe it was the desert cooling, the metal contracting. Maybe it was the wind. But when it came again, 3 deliberate knocks spaced evenly. It wasn't the wind. I grabbed the flashlight, clicked it on, and aimed through the blinds. Nothing. Just the streets stretching empty, buildings looming like skeletal shadows, then a scrape against the rear bumper. My gut clenched. I thought about stepping out, shining the light, proving to myself it was just some loose branch dragged by the wind. But there were no trees, no bushes, no debris, only gravel and dust. The scraping stopped. Silence again. And silence, I realized, was worse. I sat there clutching the flashlight like it was a weapon, waiting. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might echo through the RV walls. After what felt like an hour, exhaustion pulled me under, though it was a shallow, restless kind of sleep. I woke at dawn to a pale wash of light spilling through the blinds. For a moment, I thought maybe I had dreamed the knocks, the scrape, the weight of dread pressing on me. But when I stepped outside, the back bumper bore 3 fresh dents. Small, circular, as if someone had pressed their knuckles into the metal with unnatural strength. That's when I realized I wasn't stranded in just a ghost town. I was stranded somewhere that didn't want me. And yet, I didn't leave. I couldn't. The RV wasn't going anywhere with a broken radiator, and I had no tools, no spare parts. My only choice was to search the town in daylight, to see if somewhere, anywhere, there might be an old garage, a toolbox, something that could get me running again. So I walked back into the dead heart of town under the merciless sun, feeling like each step carried me deeper into someone else's memory. The morning sun in the desert doesn't take its time. It climbs like it's been waiting all night to burn away anything fragile left behind. By the time I reached the end of Main Street, the air was already dry enough to crack lips, heavy with the metallic taste of dust. My boots kicked up small puffs as I passed storefronts, each one frozen mid-breath, like the people who'd lived here had stepped out just moments before I arrived and never came back. I scanned for a garage. If a town had cars, it had someone who fixed them, and maybe, just maybe, there'd be something left behind I could use. That thin thread of logic was all I had to cling to. At the far end of the road, behind what looked like a sheriff's office, I saw it. A squat building with wide doors. One of them rolled halfway up, revealing darkness inside. A rusted sign above read, "Benson Auto Repair." I stepped closer, my heart thudding, not with fear at first, but hope. The place smelled of old oil and metal baked into the concrete floor. A workbench stood against the wall, littered with tools, wrenches, sockets, hammers. Most of them rusted, but real. My throat tightened with relief. Maybe this wasn't hopeless. I started sifting through drawers, setting aside what might help. My hands worked automatically, but my ears stayed sharp, tuned to the emptiness. Every sound I made seemed to bounce back twice, once from the walls and once from something deeper, slower, as though the town itself repeated after me. That's when I found it. A notebook lying open on the bench. Its cover was stiff with age, corners curled. I flipped it over. The first page had only a name, Earl Benson, 1963. The next pages were filled with neat, slanted handwriting. At first, it read like any mechanic's log, repairs done, parts ordered, cars serviced. But as the pages went on, the entries changed. Words grew jagged, rushed. They come at night. Don't answer the door. Knocks on the window again, saw the faces in the glass. If you break down here, leave. Don't wait. I swallowed hard. My thumb trembled against the page. There were more, scratched deeper into the paper as if carved in desperation. Don't listen when they call your name. The town doesn't die, it remembers. My mouth went dry. I shut the notebook, placed it back exactly as I found it, and forced myself to keep looking through the tools. I couldn't afford to let imagination win. But even as I gathered wrenches and a battered toolbox, my thoughts looped around those words. The town doesn't die. It remembers. By the time I returned to the RV, the sun was blazing overhead. I set the tools down and opened the hood, willing myself to focus. I could see where the radiator had cracked, fluid dried around it like a scar. It wasn't the kind of thing a quick patch would fix, but maybe, just maybe, I could improvise enough to limp to the next real town. As I worked, sweat stinging my eyes, I kept glancing at the storefronts. Windows seemed to glitter too much in the sunlight, like something moved behind the glass. My ears strained for sound. Once, I thought I heard footsteps crunching in gravel, steady and deliberate, but when I looked up, no one was there. By late afternoon, I had something resembling a patch. I tightened the clamps, wiped my hands on my jeans, and stepped back. The RV looked the same, but the town felt different, heavier. That's when I realized. All day long, I hadn't seen a single bird. No crows on the rooftops, no sparrows darting through alleys. Nothing alive but me. That night, the knocks came earlier. Just past sundown, 3 raps against the passenger door. I froze, wrench still in my hand. My skin prickled hot and cold at once. "Who's there?" I shouted before I could stop myself. The silence that followed was worse than any answer. I inched toward the blinds, lifted one with my finger, and peeked. And there, standing in the middle of Main Street, was a figure. Too far to see details, but tall, motionless, its outline blurred by the rising desert haze. It didn't move, didn't wave, didn't leave. I dropped the blind and stepped back, heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted out. When I looked again, the street was empty. Sleep wasn't possible after that. I sat at the table, wrench beside me like a club, flashlight ready in my lap, hours stretched, shadows thickened. And then, close to midnight, I heard it, my name, whispered, clear as breath against the window. Daniel. I jerked, spinning toward the sound. My chest tightened so hard I could barely breathe. Daniel. I wanted to tell myself it was the wind, carrying some strange echo. But the way it lingered, the way it slid around the RV walls, it wasn't the wind. It was the voice of someone who knew me. I pressed my back to the wall, eyes locked on the blinds. My body shook with adrenaline, caught between the need to flee and the knowledge that there was nowhere to run. The whisper came again, softer, almost coaxing. Open the door. I gritted my teeth and shouted, "No." The silence that followed throbbed with weight, and then one last knock, gentle this time, like a patient reminder. I stayed awake until the sky paled with dawn, my nerves frayed, my hands trembling. When I finally dared to look outside, the ground beneath the passenger door bore 3 shallow prints. Not boots, not shoes. Bare feet, toes pressed deep into the dust, each one facing inward, as though whoever or whatever had stood there all night was waiting for me to answer. That was the morning I decided I had to leave, broken radiator or not. I couldn't stay in that town another night. I packed what little I had, strapped the toolbox shut, and climbed into the driver's seat. My hands shook as I turned the key. The engine coughed, rattled, then caught. A roar of relief filled my ears, nearly drowning out my own pulse. I put the RV into gear, ready to crawl it out of town, even if it meant stalling every few miles. But as I rolled forward, the road narrowed, stretched, bent in ways that made no sense. Every turn brought me back to Main Street, the diner, the gas station, Benson Auto Repair. No matter which way I turned the wheel, the town folded around me, swallowing me back whole. That's when I knew. It didn't matter if I fixed the RV, it didn't matter if I drove until the tires shredded. The town had me now, and it wasn't going to let go. I killed the engine and just sat there, gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing keeping me anchored to reality. The town had wrapped itself around me like a maze, every road feeding back into Main Street as if it were the heart and I was just circling arteries I'd never escape. For a long time, I didn't move. My mind wrestled with denial, tried to come up with rational explanations. Maybe I'd turned the wrong way, maybe I was disoriented in the desert glare. But denial has a short shelf life when the evidence stares you in the face. I wasn't lost. I was caught. The air inside the RV was stifling, heavy with the sour tang of radiator fluid and my own sweat. I stepped outside, desperate for cooler air, and stood in the middle of the empty street. The buildings around me looked less like structures and more like open mouths, their windows dark, yawning. The strangest thing about that moment wasn't the silence. It was the certainty that I wasn't alone. Not in the ordinary sense. I didn't hear footsteps, didn't see movement, but the feeling pressed against me, undeniable, like standing in a crowded room with everyone holding their breath at once. I forced myself to move, legs trembling beneath me. If I was going to get out, I had to try again. But before I climbed back inside, something caught my eye. The diner. Through the smeared glass, light flickered, a low, warm glow like a lantern or candle burning on a table. My heart jolted. Had someone lit it? Could there be another person here after all? I knew I shouldn't, but the thought of human company, any company, was magnetic. I crossed the street, boots crunching gravel, each step louder than I wanted it to be. The door creaked when I pushed it open. The smell hit me first, old grease, dust, and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. The glow came from a lamp set on the counter, its bulb faintly alive, though the cord dangled loose, unplugged. I stood frozen, staring at it. No generator hummed, no wires hummed, yet the light shone steady, soft. And then I saw the booth, the one I'd noticed the day before, with the ketchup bottle and napkin dispenser. This time, there were plates on the table, pancakes half-eaten, coffee cups steaming faintly, though no heat rose from them. A family sat there, not flesh and blood people, shadows. Their outlines were faint, as if traced in smoke. A father figure hunched over a mug, a mother dabbing at her lips with a napkin. 2 children laughed, soundless, legs swinging. I stumbled back, my spine colliding with the counter. The lamp flickered once, then dimmed, but the family remained, unmoving, frozen mid-meal. I whispered, "No, no, no," under my breath, as if denial could erase them. But when the mother's head turned, when her hollow eyes met mine, I bolted. I sprinted across the street, slammed into the RV, and locked the door. My chest heaved, lungs clawing for air. The night that followed stretched like an eternity. Every creak of the RV made me jump. Every shadow on the blinds looked like a figure. The knocks came again, this time scattered, one on the roof, one on the driver's side, if then two quick taps against the back window, and always, always, the voice, Daniel. Sometimes soft, sometimes sharp, but always using my name. Once, in the dead silence before dawn, I heard it clearer than ever, whispered inches from the door, "You're home." I nearly tore the door open then, just to scream into whatever void thought it owned me. But some primal part of me held back, gripping the table with white-knuckled hands until the urge passed. When morning came, I decided I couldn't spend another night inside those four walls. If the town wanted me, I had to face it head-on, not cower behind blinds. I armed myself with the heaviest wrench from the toolbox and walked toward the sheriff's office. The building loomed squat and solid, its front door cracked open. Inside, dust-coated desks, badges tarnished on the wall. A calendar still hung, pages curled back to July 1963. A cell door clanged softly in the back. I spun, wrench raised, but the holding cells were empty. Rust flaked from the bars, cots bare. Still, the clang echoed like someone had just stepped out, leaving it swinging. On the sheriff's desk lay a ledger. I opened it, scanning entries, names, arrests, petty theft, disorderly conduct, bar fights. Then, abruptly, every entry stopped on the same date, July 12, 1963. After that, only one phrase repeated in heavy ink, all accounted for. Dozens of times, page after page. My skin crawled, accounted for, as if the town had gathered its people, checked them off, and sealed their fate. I dropped the ledger and fled into daylight. By then, the desert heat was merciless, but the cold inside me didn't lift. I wandered down side streets I hadn't seen before, narrow alleys between buildings leaning inward. I half expected to find walls closing in, but what I found was worse. A church. Its steeple leaned, cross rusted nearly black. The front doors stood wide, yawning. Against every instinct, I stepped inside. The pews were lined with dust, hymnals scattered. At the front, the altar was bare, but the wall behind it, names. Hundreds of them, carved into the wood, layer upon layer, overlapping like desperate graffiti. I stepped closer, fingers tracing grooves. Some names I didn't recognize, but then Daniel Reyes. My own name, carved deep, fresh among the weathered scratches. My chest seized. I stumbled back, wrench clattering to the floor. The silence in that church wasn't empty, it was full of whispers, of breaths just beyond hearing. And I realized then what the town wanted. It wasn't keeping me, it was claiming me. Every person who'd ever stumbled here, every soul that couldn't leave was etched into those walls. And now, so was I. I fled the church, lungs tearing, vision swimming. The daylight didn't help. The town pressed tighter, every building leaning, every window watching. I knew then, if I didn't find a way out before nightfall, I wouldn't survive another round of whispers and knocks. But the RV wouldn't save me. Tools wouldn't save me. The only way out was to understand what the town was and why it had chosen me. And that meant going deeper. By the time I staggered back onto Main Street, the sun was dropping low, bleeding orange across the horizon. Shadows stretched long and thin, clinging to every corner like they were alive. I could feel the countdown in my chest. When darkness settled, the knocking and whispers would return, and I didn't know if I had enough strength left to endure them again. But something inside me had shifted. Fear had stopped being my only fuel. A strange kind of defiance was building, burning hotter than panic. The town had written my name, claimed me like a trophy, but I wasn't ready to hand myself over. If I was going to get out, I needed to know what had happened here, why people had vanished, and why the town seemed to breathe in the absence of life. I turned down a street I hadn't noticed before. The buildings here were smaller, more weathered, as if they'd been forgotten even by the ghost town itself. At the end stood a house, 2 stories, roof sagging, porch leaning forward like it wanted to collapse. The curtains were still drawn tight in every window, pale cloth browned with dust. Something about it called to me, the way a wound calls to fingers that can't resist pressing. The front door opened with a brittle crack. The smell hit me first, mildew, rot, and something faintly sweet, like old flowers left too long in stagnant water. I raised the flashlight, its beam cutting through dust motes swirling like ash. The living room looked almost intact. A couch sat facing a dead fireplace. A rug, moth-eaten, still covered the floor. On the mantel were photographs, black and white, edges curled. I picked one up with trembling fingers. A family, father, mother, 2 children. Their faces were blurred, as if the film had melted, leaving only hollow outlines where their eyes should have been. I set it down quickly, heart racing. The staircase groaned when I stepped onto it. Each step echoed too long, like the sound wasn't just in this house, but somewhere larger, deeper. At the top, a hallway stretched, doors hanging open like gaping mouths. I chose the one at the end. It was a child's room. A small bed, sheets rumpled as if someone had just climbed out. A doll slumped in the corner, its porcelain face cracked. On the wall above the bed were drawings, yellowed paper pinned in uneven lines. Crayon shapes, houses, stick figures, suns with crooked rays. But in every single one, the house stood alone, surrounded by shadows. Figures drawn in black crowded the windows, and in the last drawing the stick figure family was gone. Only the house remained, windows filled with darkness. I felt cold seep into my bones. My hand shook as I lowered the flashlight. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, soft, measured, coming up the stairs. I froze, blood roaring in my ears. The sound drew closer, each creak deliberate. My flashlight beam trembled against the doorframe. Daniel. The voice came from just beyond the doorway, low and coaxing. My name again, curling around me like smoke. I gripped the wrench in both hands, bracing myself. The footsteps stopped just outside the room. Silence pressed in. I waited, every nerve screaming until I thought I'd shatter. Then 3 knocks. Right against the doorframe, inches from where I stood. I snapped. I swung the wrench wildly through the doorway, beam flashing, heart ready to burst. Nothing was there. The hallway was empty. But the knocks echoed long after, bouncing down the stairs, through the walls, through the bones of the house itself. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the bed. I couldn't stay here. I bolted down the hall, down the stairs, out the door into the dying light of evening. The house loomed behind me, silent, but I swear the curtains twitched as if watching me flee. I ran until my lungs burned, until I was back at the RV. The sight of it sitting there, mundane and real, almost broke me. I collapsed against its side, pressing my forehead to the metal, trembling from head to toe. Night fell fast. Too fast. One moment, the sky was streaked orange. The next, it was deep indigo, stars piercing through like eyes. I climbed inside the RV, locked every door, pulled every curtain. I sat with my wrench across my lap, flashlight at the ready, every muscle wired. The first knock came before midnight, then another, then dozens surrounding the RV on every side. Roof, windows, doors, like 100 fists drumming in unison. I clamped my hands over my ears, rocking back and forth, but the sound filled me, rattled my chest, drilled into my skull. I screamed until my throat tore raw, and then it stopped. Silence. I lowered my hands, shaking, tears cutting lines through dust on my face. My breath came ragged, chest aching. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd survived the worst, but then came the whispers. Not one voice, but many, overlapping, weaving together into a chorus. They slid under the door, through the vents, seeped into the walls. They spoke my name again and again, dozens of voices layered until it was unbearable. And beneath them, another phrase, stay, stay, stay. I clutched the wrench tighter, knuckles white. My heart pounded like it wanted to escape my chest. The voices grew louder, pressing, suffocating until I thought I would cave. My vision blurred, my grip loosened, and then silence again. I blinked. My body sagged with exhaustion. The air was heavy, still. My eyelids drooped. Against my will, sleep dragged me down like a hand pulling me under dark water. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. But something was wrong. The RV was no longer on Main Street. Through the blinds, I saw open desert stretching endlessly. No buildings, no gas station, no diner, no church. Just sand, rock, and sky. I stumbled outside, blinking against the bright light. The town was gone, vanished, not even footprints in the dirt where I'd stood the night before. But on the side of my RV, carved deep into the metal, were 3 words, "You are ours." My hands went numb when I read the words on the metal. "You are ours." Whoever had carved them knew how to make a sentence feel like a verdict. For a moment, I stood frozen, the desert heat humming in my ears, the sun a bright blind above me. The RV, my companion, my shelter, had become a billboard of possession. I ran my fingers over the cold grooves until grit flaked under my nails. At first, I thought the town had simply moved, like a mirage that dissolved at dawn. But the way the letters sat in the metal, freshly gouged and still sharp, told me there had been no trick of light. Something physical had been there the night before, hands strong enough to carve steel. And those hands had said my name. Panic is a blunt tool. It makes the world smaller and louder. I slammed into the driver's seat, turned the key. The engine roared to life like it was relieved to be used. I checked the gauges, radiator temperature steady, oil pressure okay, and for the first time since the breakdown, I allowed myself a surge of something like hope. If the RV could run, maybe this had all been a test of my nerve. Maybe the town had been a dream I'd wake from as soon as I rolled toward civilization. I pointed the nose of the Winnebago toward where the highway should have been and pulled out into open desert. Dust kicked up behind me, a white tail vanishing into the heat. My heart hammered so hard it ached, but the road ahead seemed ordinary. Miles clicked by on the odometer. The radio, long dead since I left the city, crackled faintly, then went quiet. No voices, just static and the hum of the engine. I drove until the sun began to tilt, and the way the shadows fell told me I'd been moving for hours. There was no town in sight, no abandoned pumps or leaning signs. The landscape opened and closed in gentle waves of scrub and stone. I told myself I was free. I told myself the carved words were a warning I'd escaped. I told myself a lot of things when it felt like the world might shift under me again. And then the GPS blinked, its blue dot spinning as if dizzy. The screen filled with a name that hadn't been on any map I'd ever used. Benson. Beneath it, coordinates that led right back to where, hours before, the diner's lamp had glowed and the church's walls had been carved with names. I slammed my palm on the steering wheel until pain shot up my arm. The blue dot steadied, stubborn as a heartbeat, and even though I turned the wheel hard left, hard right, the route curves kept resolving into the same path. The desert folded in on itself like a hand closing a palm. Fear, naked and animal, crawled up my spine. The road did what it had done before. It brought me back to Main Street. The RV rolled to a stop exactly where I'd parked the first night, sunlight falling through the same cracked windows. My breath came in ragged pulls. I looked at the RV's side, expecting the words to be gone or rusted by daylight. They were there, fresh and cruel. I'd been trapped for days in that loop. The engine would run, the dash would promise escape, and then the world would reinterpret itself until the town was sitting in front of me again, patient as an animal that waits. I learned the town's rhythm. Daylight meant search, dusk meant danger, midnight meant whispers and the weight of hands against metal. I learned the town's language, knocks, murmurs, the occasional single clear voice calling my name in the middle of the night like someone practicing memory. I tried everything. I left markers, rocks stacked in small cairns, a scrap of bright cloth tied to the gas pump, a note tucked under a loose shingle on Benson Auto. Each time I returned, because the town returned me, my markers had moved, rearranged into spirals or lines pointing inward. Once, my wrench was on the diner counter in a place I could see through the RV window, though I'd left it under the driver's seat. The place wasn't just returning me, it was rewriting what I had done. Sleep became a shallow blade that cut only the surface of consciousness. My dreams were full of glass and faces, a chorus chanting that I'd stayed, that I'd signed whatever contract the town kept in its dark pockets. I woke sometimes with the taste of metal in my mouth, other mornings with the echo of children's laughter under the RV floorboards. Days blended until memory itself felt unreliable. On the fifth morning, or what I chose to call the fifth, I woke to find something new. A dirt trail, pressed smooth and fresh, leading away from Main Street toward a narrow ridge that had been just a shadow line on the map. I didn't know whether it was an invitation or a trap, but I'd had enough of circles. I took the path. The ridge overlooked the empty bones of the town like a watchtower. From there, I could see the grid of streets fall away into scrub, then iron-colored hills. In the center of town, one building stood that I hadn't noticed before, a low stone structure with a narrow chimney like a furnace more than a house. Smoke curled from that chimney, thin and deliberate, though no breeze stirred it. The sight felt wrong and anchoring all at once, proof that something there was tending to a flame, keeping vigil. I used binoculars I'd scavenged from the sheriff's office drawer. The furnace door rocked open and closed with the slow rhythm of a bellows. Figures, thin, the way carved hands look in the margins of an old book, moved around it. They were indistinct, as though wrapped in gauze, but one name floated in my head as if it had been whispered into my ear. Remember. My knees went weak. I thought of the ledger, all accounted for. I thought of the altar with names carved deep. I thought of my own name etched into soft wood, a logic formed, slow and terrible. The town kept a fire. It tended memory. It consumed whatever it could not hold in breath and paper, and in return it kept itself alive on the memories of those who had been there. I wanted to run. I wanted to drive until my tires were ribbons and the engine fell apart. But the ridge made me see something else, too. The town's edges were soft, like paper torn and then smoothed, boundaries that could be tested, boundaries that might be tricked. The bargain I made with myself was simple and reckless. If the town wanted to keep memory, I would give it something it couldn't keep. I gathered the notebooks I'd found in the garage, the ledger, Earl Benson's pages, scraps of paper with names, and the photographs from the mantel, the diner's menus with fingerprints, anything that bore evidence of the people who'd lived here. I wouldn't hide them or lock them away. I would take them, set them in the sun, and burn them clean. That night, I built a fire on the ridge, away from the RV, close enough to see the town below, but far enough to keep the flame between us. I stacked the papers carefully, each scrap a confession I forced myself to offer. I struck a match and the flames licked the pages, shrieking the way old paper shrieks when it dies. The smoke rose, thin and blue at first, then thick and black, trailing toward the town like a message. At first there was nothing. Then from Main Street, a movement, figures at windows, a dozen shadow people turned toward the smoke. The chorus of whispers rose in pitch, almost angry. The knocks started, 1,000 tiny pebbles against invisible skin. I fed the flames faster, tears carving dark trails in the dust on my face. The paper curled, ink blistered, and ran into shapes like new maps. My name, my face in the photographs, everything I'd used to anchor their memory, crumbled into ash. The sound the town made then wasn't a chorus. It was a long, drawn-out exhale like air leaving a lung. The lights in the diner dimmed, the lamp's glow sputtered, and somewhere a bell clanged once, low and final. The carved words on my RV's side flared as if heated, then were gone, the metal smooth as if it had never been touched. I didn't sleep that night. I sat until dawn watching embers fade. When the first pale light washed the street, the town looked different, cleaner somehow, like a wound had scabbed over. The names on the church wall were still there, but the fresh cut with my name had closed, hairline thin as if stitched. My hands shook, not from fear now, but from the exhaustion of holding a flame steady. I climbed into the RV and started the engine. The vehicle woke without protest. I turned onto the road and did not look back. The desert opened before me like honest space. For the first time in days, the blue dot on the GPS slid forward, steady and true. My shoulders loosened in a way I hadn't realized they could. But the thing about ashes is that some of them ride the wind. Even as the town shrank behind me, muttering like something not entirely done, I felt the whisper of a single word slide over my ear, softer than anything I'd yet heard. Remember. It wasn't a demand now. It was a warning. Memory, I understood, was a weight you could throw off but never drop entirely. The town could no longer claim me, perhaps, but it would be a scar I carried, and scars remember touch. I drove until the road opened into a highway that finally had other cars on it, a gas station with blinking lights, people moving like useful, ordinary machines. I filled the tank, bought coffee, checked my reflection in a chrome pane, and found a man with grit in his beard and a story in his eyes. I don't know if I'll ever pass that way again. Some part of me wants to return with tools, to map the place, to help someone else avoid its loops. Another part knows that towns like that are smarter than maps, and that asking for an answer is the same as knocking on doors that were closed for a reason. When people ask me now why I travel the back roads, why I take the long way home, I tell them the truth and half the truth. I tell them that the country teaches you things you can't learn on interstates. I tell them to be careful with place and history, with doors that creak and names in ledgers. And I tell them, finally, to listen to the engine when it tells you to stop. Because once a place has your name, it learns it. And even after you leave, that sound, your name, will keep coming, subtle as a breath, asking you to remember. I thought distance would dissolve it, that once I'd crossed into towns where neon signs blinked and truck stops hummed with diesel engines, the memory would fall away like dust shaken from boots. But memory doesn't obey distance. It threads itself through moments when you least expect it. I'd sit at a diner off Highway 50, my coffee steaming in a chipped mug, and hear silverware clink. That sound would carry me back to Benson's diner, where shadows laughed without sound and coffee steamed without heat. A family sat in my peripheral vision, blurred and hollow. I'd turn, blink, and the booth would be empty, but the laughter would still ripple faintly in my ears. Nights were worse. I parked the RV at busy campgrounds, children running under lantern light, couples tending fires, dogs barking at squirrels in the trees. All ordinary, all safe. But sometime after midnight, when the camp settled into breathing silence, the first knock would come. Sometimes soft, like fingertips against glass, sometimes hard, like knuckles wrapping the frame, always 3 times. I'd wake instantly, adrenaline flooding my veins. My hand would shoot for the flashlight, and every time I swept the beam across the lot, there was nothing. Just the outlines of other RVs, sleeping people inside, oblivious. But the marks came. Small dents, shallow scrapes, sometimes a footprint in the dust pressed right against my door, always bare. I began to wonder if leaving the ghost town had really freed me, or if it had simply changed the shape of its claim. Maybe it no longer needed me trapped in its streets. Maybe it had planted itself inside me instead. One night in Nevada, parked off a service road near Ely, I heard not only the knock, but the whisper. Daniel. So clear, so close, I could have sworn it was spoken inside the RV. I bolted upright, heart slamming, and swept the flashlight. Nothing, but the whisper returned, sliding from vent to curtain to window. You remember. It wasn't a question, it was a command. I stayed awake until dawn, shaking, sweating. When the sun rose, I found words etched into the condensation on my windshield, written as if by a finger from the inside. Stay with us. I drove until my eyes burned, until my body threatened collapse. But no matter how far I went, I knew the town rode with me. At some point, I realized that survival wasn't about running anymore. It was about learning. Memory wanted to be kept, tended like that fire in the furnace, and if the town couldn't hold me physically, it wanted me to tend it wherever I went. I tested the theory. In a rest stop in Utah, I sat down with a notebook and began to write. I wrote about the gas station, the diner, the church. I drew the child's crayon sketches, the altar with names. I recorded every knock, a whisper, every footprint pressed into the dust. The act made my hands shake, but as the ink filled the page, something strange happened. The knocking stopped. That night, for the first time in weeks, no knocks rattled my RV, no whispers slipped through the vents. The silence was pure. My body collapsed into sleep so deep I didn't dream. When I woke, the notebook was gone. I tore the RV apart under the mattress, inside cabinets, behind the driver's seat. Nothing. Not a page, not a scrap. My heart sank. Somehow, the town had taken what I'd written, absorbed it as if my words were fuel. But the realization hit me like a thunderclap. That was the point. The town hadn't followed me because it wanted my body. It followed because I carried memory, and memory is its lifeblood. I was its witness, its archivist. As long as I remembered, it remained alive through me. I can't say the thought comforted me, but it gave me leverage. If remembering fed the town, then forgetting might starve it, so I tried. I forced myself not to think about Benson Auto Repair, about Earl's notebook, about the child's drawings pinned to the wall. I drove long stretches of highway, blasting music to drown out thought, kept my hands busy with repairs, conversations with strangers, anything to keep the memories buried. For days, the silence held. Until one night outside Flagstaff, I slipped. I dreamed of the church, of my name carved into the wall. I woke with tears on my face and the memory bright and sharp in my mind. And as if in punishment, the knocks came back, hard, insistent, shaking the RV on its axles. The whispers followed. Stay, stay, stay. I screamed into the night, voice raw. I won't. The knocks stopped, but the silence that followed wasn't relief. It was waiting. That's when I understood. Forgetting wasn't possible. The harder I tried, the louder the town became when I failed. The only path left was acceptance. Not surrender, but acknowledgement. So now, wherever I go, I tell the story. Not because I want to, but because I have to. I've become the town's echo, its unwilling archivist. Every word I speak about it is another coal on its fire, another way it lives through me. But telling also keeps me safe. When I give the story shape, when I share it aloud, the knocks don't come that night. The whispers don't slide into my ears. It's a bargain I never chose, but one I live with. The ghost town doesn't need you to stay within its streets. It just needs you to carry it, to let it root itself in memory and travel with you. And if you've listened this far, if you've followed me into its shadows and back, then part of it now lives in you too. Maybe tonight, when the house settles or the wind shifts just right, you'll hear it. 3 soft knocks and a voice, low and patient, whispering your name. I never imagined I'd live with a haunting that doesn't stay in one place but follows me like a shadow stitched to my feet. It isn't the kind of haunting that screams or shatters glass. It's quieter, patient, like water seeping through stone. That makes it worse. Because you can fight noise. You can't fight silence. Weeks passed, and the pattern became clear. Whenever I spoke the town's story, told strangers at a campsite, confided to someone who asked about the scars on my RV, or even muttered details into a recorder while parked alone, the nights afterward were calm. I'd sleep without the knocks, no whispers, no names breathed into the dark. But the silence only lasted as long as the telling. The moment I held the story back, the town reminded me of its presence. Once, in New Mexico, I camped beside an older couple, Martha and Jim. They'd been RVing for 40 years, chasing sunsets, their rig plastered with stickers from every state. Around their fire, laughter came easy, and for the first time since Benson, I felt like maybe I could belong to something ordinary again. When Martha asked if I'd ever broken down in a bad spot, I nearly lied, but something in me knew what the price of silence would be. So I told them. I didn't hold back. I described the diner with shadow people, the church wall, the furnace smoke, the carved words on my RV. Their faces went pale, their fire crackled lower, and by the time I finished, they sat in stunned silence. I thought I'd ruined the night, driven them away. But then Jim leaned closer, eyes glinting in the firelight, and said quietly, "We saw a place like that once. Different name, different state, same feeling." Martha nodded, shivering. We drove all night. Never told anyone. Until now. That night, my sleep was clean. No knocks, no whispers. But in the morning, Martha and Jim's RV was gone, not driven away. The tire tracks stopped halfway down the gravel road. Their chairs, their mugs, even their stickered rig had vanished. The only thing left was their fire pit, cold ash scattered by the wind. I stood there staring until the sun rose high enough to burn my eyes. It felt like the town had reached out through me, taken them because I'd opened the door. Or maybe it had always been waiting for them, and my words gave it permission. Either way, I drove out of that campground with a pit in my stomach that hasn't left me since. I became careful. after that. Not everyone could hear the story. Not everyone should. I learned to weigh people, to judge whether they could carry even a fragment without disappearing like Martha and Jim. Most couldn't. So I kept the story locked in notebooks, in digital files, in recordings hidden under false names. Some of those files vanish mysteriously, corrupted or wiped clean. Some notebooks end up blank when I flip them open, as if the words were never written. But as long as I keep speaking, even to the void, I stay alive. The strangest part is how the environment itself reminds me. In Colorado, camped near Red Feather Lakes, I woke to see fog rolling low, thick enough to choke the trees. Through the haze, lights flickered high on the ridge. Cabin lights, just like the ones I'd seen back in Benson. I climbed the ridge, breath steaming, and found nothing. No cabins, no bulbs, only rocks slick with dew. But when I came down, the side of my RV bore new words scratched faint. Don't stop telling. In Arizona, parked on cracked desert ground, I woke to bare footprints circling the RV in perfect rings. Dozens of them overlapping, spiraling inward toward the door. My first thought was panic. My second was recognition. The town was reminding me, keep feeding it or it will take more. And so I kept telling. At first, I hated every word. Each time I said my name, each time I repeated the knocks or the whisper, I felt like I was inviting the town closer. But over time, the telling became ritual, like prayer, like tending the furnace I'd seen on that ridge, except now the fire burned inside me. Sometimes late at night, I catch myself speaking aloud even when no one's around. I'll be driving down a long stretch of highway, empty but for the hum of tires, and I'll murmur, "There was a diner with plates still set. There was a church with names carved deep. My name was there. Yours might be too." It feels less like a choice and more like a compulsion. The words have weight, and releasing them eases the pressure. Still, I wonder, how long can a man live carrying something like this? How long before the weight bends him, makes him part of the ledger? I've seen faces in glass too often, heard my name whispered too many times. The line between memory and possession blurs more each day. The worst was last month when I stopped in Wyoming at a lonely rest stop. I fell asleep in the driver's seat, too exhausted to climb into the back. Sometime after midnight, I dreamed I was walking Main Street again. Only this time, the buildings were bright, alive, full of people. The diner bustled, the church bells rang, the gas station buzzed with cars. Laughter, chatter, music. It was a town alive. I saw myself there, younger, sitting in the diner booth with a family that wasn't mine, eating pancakes, laughing like I'd always belonged. When I woke, tears soaked my shirt, and the words etched on my window this time weren't threats. They were promises. We'll bring you home. Since then, the knocks have grown softer, almost gentle. The whispers don't just say my name. They say thank you. They say soon. I don't know if that means the town is satisfied with me or if it's simply waiting for the right moment to close its hand around me completely. What I do know is this. When you drive the back roads, when you take the paths less marked, listen to your instincts. If the silence feels too heavy, if the town you find seems paused mid-breath, don't stay. Don't explore. Don't wait for morning. Because towns like Benson aren't dead. They're waiting. And once they know your name, they never forget. There's something corrosive about living with constant anticipation. You don't relax. You don't rest. You hover in a state between fear and surrender, waiting for the next reminder that you are not free. That's what my life has become since the day the radiator failed and carried me into Benson. I try to hold on to pieces of normalcy. I still drive. I still park in campgrounds, still make coffee on the stove each morning, still wave to strangers at gas stations. But everything I do feels like a performance, a way of convincing myself I haven't been hollowed out. The truth is, every sound carries double meaning now. A knock on a neighbor's RV? I flinch. Wind rattling branches against the roof? I freeze. Even the laughter of children, sharp and high in the night, makes my stomach knot, because in my mind I hear the soundless giggles of those shadow children in the diner. It isn't just me who notices. Friends I've made on the road comment on the way I look over my shoulder too often, or how I tense when silence falls heavy. I tell them it's nothing. I tell them I'm just tired. But I see the doubt in their eyes. Maybe some part of them senses the truth, that I'm carrying something contagious. I learned that lesson the hard way. 2 weeks ago, I parked near a rest lake in Idaho. A young traveler named Kyle, 24, fresh out of college, eager to see the country, set up camp beside me. He was curious, talkative, the kind of person who believes every stranger is a friend waiting to be made. He asked about my travels, about breakdowns, about scary nights on the road. I tried to brush him off, but he pressed. Eventually, I gave him a sliver of the story, just enough to satisfy him without handing over the weight. Or so I thought. That night, I heard it. Knocks. Not on my RV this time, but on his. 3 sharp raps, steady and deliberate. I sat frozen, heart clawing at my chest. I knew what it was, knew what it meant. I wanted to warn him, to shout across the space between our rigs, but terror held my tongue. The next morning, his RV was gone. Just gone. The space where he'd parked was bare, gravel undisturbed, like nothing had ever been there at all. No tire tracks, no footprints, no gear. Even the fire pit he'd used had been smoothed clean. I stood there in the gray dawn, staring at that empty space until my throat closed. I realized then that it wasn't just me at risk. Anyone who came too close, anyone who listened too long, was marked. The town didn't just want memory, it wanted expansion. That's why I hesitate even now telling this. Because if you hear too much, maybe it knows you too. Maybe the whisper will find your name in the dark, but silence is worse. Silence invites it closer. And so I tell it anyway. Every mile since Idaho has felt borrowed. I drive by daylight, eyes sharp on the road, avoiding back routes that lead toward places where maps thin out. At night, I park in crowded lots, thinking safety might come from numbers. But safety doesn't apply when the thing you fear isn't bound by distance or population. Last night in Oregon, I parked outside a busy campground, children running between tents, radios humming with late-night songs. It should have been safe. Yet sometime after midnight, I woke to silence, not the ordinary hush of sleep, but the heavy absence of all sound. No crickets, no wind, not even the distant hum of a generator. And then the knock. 3 raps against my window. I pulled the curtain back an inch. What I saw froze me. The campground was gone. Not the trees, not the road, not the land, but the people, the tents, the campers. All of it had vanished. My RV stood alone under a blank sky, every other presence erased. In the reflection of the window, I saw the diner's lamp flicker. Not in front of me, inside the glass. For a moment, I was back there, staring at that counter, at that booth where shadow children laughed. I slammed the curtain shut, shaking so hard I nearly fell. When I forced myself to look again, the campground was back. People slept peacefully, lanterns glowed, fires smoldered to ash. But the message was clear. I carry the town with me. It can surface anywhere, anytime, rewriting reality for as long as it takes to remind me of its claim. This morning, when I checked the side of the RV, new words were scratched faintly into the dust. You tell it well. For a long time, I sat there staring at those words, trying to decide if they were praise or threat. Maybe both. The town wants to be told. It wants to live through me. And it doesn't care what that does to the people who listen. I keep thinking about the furnace, about the fire tended by shadow figures, about the way the town exhaled when I burned the notebooks. Maybe it wasn't relief. Maybe it was satisfaction, because even in burning, I had remembered. Even in destroying, I had fed it. That thought chills me more than the knocks, because it means there's no escape. Every choice I make feeds it one way or another. Silence draws it closer. Speaking keeps it alive. Forgetting punishes me. Remembering binds me. I don't know what end there is to a story like this. Some nights I imagine giving in. Driving back to Benson, stepping out onto Main Street, walking straight into the diner or the church, letting my name carve itself deep until I am part of the ledger forever. The thought is terrifying, but also, in a sick way, peaceful, because at least then I'd stop running. But another part of me refuses. That's the part still gripping the wheel, is still searching for highways that stretch too long and empty, still telling myself that escape might be possible if I just keep moving. So I drive, I tell, I endure, and the town endures through me. If you hear knocks tonight, 3 sharp raps against glass, don't answer. Don't look. Don't whisper back, because if you do, you're not just hearing a ghost, you're being written into a story that never ends. Every day I tell myself the same thing. 1 more mile, 1 more sunrise, 1 more story I live by now. The road is long, the horizon endless, but the past doesn't trail behind me. It rides shotgun, whispering, reminding. I've learned to recognize the signals before the town presses in. It begins with silence. Nature falls quiet. Crickets, owls, even the hum of mosquitoes. Gone. The world empties itself in preparation. Then the air thickens, pressing against my skin like the weight of unseen hands. And finally, the knocks begin. Always 3, always deliberate. There's no predicting when it will happen. Last week, I was parked outside a Walmart in Montana, surrounded by rows of cars, neon lights buzzing, people still pushing carts under fluorescent flood lamps. I felt safe. Then, silence. The noise of the lot dimmed, every sound sucked away until even my own breath sounded muffled. I sat rigid in the driver's seat, clutching the wheel, and waited. The knocks came on the hood. 3 sharp raps, as though knuckles pressed against steel. Nobody in the lot noticed. Families kept walking, laughing, pushing carts, oblivious. To them, nothing was happening. To me, the whole world narrowed to that sound. When I blinked, I wasn't in the lot anymore. The Winnebago sat on Main Street. The diner glowed faintly, the church loomed, the gas station leaned tired in the distance. The entire town had replaced reality. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I'd faint. But then, in the next blink, I was back in the lot, headlights sweeping by, a child whining for candy at the cart return. It's worse now because it doesn't just trap me physically. It slips me between layers, makes me question which world is real. Maybe I never left Benson at all. Maybe every stop, every gas station, every smiling stranger is another mask it wears while I circle forever in its streets. I keep testing myself, pinching my skin, checking odometer readings, scanning news headlines, watching people's faces for signs of emptiness. But how do you prove reality when you've seen it bend? The whispers know this. They taunt me with it. You'll never know. You're already here. You never left. Sometimes I shout back, voice breaking, then take me already. But they never do. They want me alive, remembering, retelling. They want me to keep the fire stoked. I think about that fire constantly. The furnace with smoke rising, shadow figures tending it. I wonder if every word I speak, every memory I share feeds their flames. I wonder if Benson is expanding, if every time I tell the story, another ember sparks in someone else's world. That's why I hesitate before I speak. That's why I warned you, because now I've started seeing proof. 2 nights ago in South Dakota, I pulled into a rest area to sleep. A young woman parked her van 2 spaces down. Around midnight, I woke to the knocks, not on my RV, but hers. I peeked through the blinds, heart pounding. She was inside, sitting bolt upright, flashlight beam sweeping. I wanted to warn her. God, I wanted to. But fear clamped my throat. I stayed silent, frozen in cowardice. At dawn, her van was still there. Relief surged until I noticed her driver's side window. 3 words were carved into the glass from the outside, jagged and deep. We found you. When I gathered the nerve to check, the van was empty. No luggage, no blankets, no trace she'd ever been inside. The van itself was spotless, like it had been left on a dealer's lot that morning. I drove away shaking so badly I nearly veered off the road. This is spreading. I know it now. The story isn't mine alone. The town is pushing through cracks, finding others, pulling them into its orbit. And maybe telling the story is exactly what it wants. Maybe I'm the delivery system. But what choice do I have? When I keep silent, the knocks get violent, the whispers maddening. When I tell, the nights ease, the fire inside me cools. So I walk the razor's edge, speaking enough to survive while praying I'm not feeding something larger, something hungrier. I've started noticing marks on myself, small ones at first, scratches across my forearm, bruises on my shins. I chalk them up to clumsiness, the hazards of RV living. But last night, in the shower at a truck stop, I saw words faintly etched into the skin of my shoulder, thin as healing cuts, all accounted for. I scrubbed until the skin bled, but the letters remained, pale scars spelling my fate. That phrase haunts me more than the whispers, all accounted for, the sheriff's ledger, the church wall, my shoulder. It's a census of souls, a tally no one escapes. I'm part of it now, written in a book I never chose to sign. And yet, I keep moving. Not because I believe I'll outrun it, I know better, but because motion feels like resistance. Every mile is defiance, every sunrise proof that I haven't yet folded into Benson's streets. The road ahead is uncertain, the ending unclear. Maybe someday I'll roll into another ghost town, another furnace, another ledger. Maybe Benson has sisters scattered like seeds across the country, each waiting for new names. Maybe all of them feed the same fire. If that's true, then I suppose I've become a kind of messenger. Not because I want to, but because I don't have a choice. So hear me clearly. When your RV breaks down, when your map shows a town that isn't supposed to exist, when silence grows too heavy, don't stop. Don't linger. Don't explore. Because once a place like Benson has your name, it doesn't let go. It waits. It whispers. And it will follow you down every road, until the only sound left is 3 knocks against glass and your own breath in the dark. I've come to accept something I never wanted to admit. Benson isn't just a town I stumbled into. It's a story that stumbled into me. And stories, once they have you, don't let go. They bend you, reshape you, and sometimes they finish you. I've lost track of the months. Maybe it's been 6, maybe more. The roads blur together, deserts into mountains, into forests, all stitched with the same unease. I keep driving because stopping feels like surrender, but deep down I know I'm not really escaping. I'm circling the same fire from a distance, feeding it with every breath. Lately the whispers have changed. They don't just call my name or say stay. They coax, they soothe, they promise. Home, rest, no more roads. And God help me, sometimes I want to listen. Sometimes I want to pull the RV over, step out into the night, and follow the sound until it carries me back to Main Street. Because what's the alternative? A life of half sleep, of scratches on my skin, of vanishing strangers and etched words that appear without warning. But then I remember Martha and Jim. I remember Kyle. I remember the young woman in the van. People erased, their names likely carved into the church wall, into the ledger, into the census of the lost. And I know the whispers lie. They always have. 2 nights ago, camped off an empty highway in Nevada, I woke to find the diner outside my window. Not a reflection this time, not a dream. The diner itself, glowing warm, standing in the desert where no building should be. My breath caught, my hands shook, and then I heard something new. Not a knock, not a whisper. A bell, low, heavy, ringing from the church tower. It rolled across the desert like thunder, shaking my bones. With each toll, the air thickened. I staggered outside, the sand cold under my bare feet, and watched as the town unfolded around me, building by building, street by street, until I stood once again on Main Street. This time, it didn't vanish. The diner door opened. Warm light spilled out. Shadow figures waited at the booths, their faces blurred but their outlines patient. The church bell tolled again, deeper. Louder. The furnace chimney smoked steady. And then the voices spoke together, one chorus rising from every window, every shadow, every hollow space, all accounted for. I dropped to my knees, hands pressed to my ears, but the words seeped into me, rattling my chest, etching themselves against my ribs. My vision blurred, my heartbeat faltered. For a moment, I thought it was over, that I'd be pulled into the ledger, another name carved, another soul added. But then, in the middle of that deafening chorus, another voice spoke. Quiet, clear, inside me, remember. It wasn't a command this time. It wasn't possession. It was choice. I don't know why, but I understood. Benson doesn't just claim by force. It claims by erasing, by silencing, by making you forget yourself. But memory, real human memory, is resistance. To remember is to live. I staggered to my feet, every muscle screaming, and I shouted, Not whispers, not fear, my own voice. I shouted my name, my parents' names, the names of every friend I'd ever had, every teacher, every person who had shaped me. I shouted the roads I'd driven, the rivers I'd crossed, the mountains I'd seen. I shouted my story. The town reeled. Windows flickered. Shadows shrank. The bell cracked mid-toll and fell silent. All accounted for. The voices hissed again, but weaker now, fractured. No, I shouted, throat raw. Not me. Not yet. And then, like a film reel burning in its projector, the town dissolved. Buildings curled into smoke, streets cracked open, and light poured through. I collapsed against the RV, clutching its metal skin like it was the only real thing left in the world. When I woke, it was morning. The desert stretched empty. The RV was whole. The carved words, "You are ours," were gone. My skin was unmarked. But the ledger remains inside me. I feel it when I close my eyes, a wall of names etched deep, some familiar, some lost to history. Mine is there, faint but present, a scar on wood. I'm still driving, still telling, still remembering, because I know the truth now. As long as I carry the memory, Benson can't erase me. As long as I speak, I resist. But I also know this: every time I tell the story, you carry it too. The fire feeds, the ledger grows, the town expands. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Benson was never meant to keep its prisoners silent. Maybe it was meant to spread, to root itself in every ear, every heart that dares to listen. So if you hear the knocks tonight, 3 steady raps on glass, don't answer. Don't look. Don't follow the whispers when they speak your name. Because now Benson knows you, and once it knows, it never forgets. I keep moving, mile after mile, but I've stopped pretending I'll find peace at the end of the road. Peace isn't in the destination. It's in the telling, in the remembering, in refusing to vanish. And so I drive. I endure. I speak. Because if I stop, if I let silence win, the fire will consume me whole. And the next name carved into the wall won't just be mine. It might be yours.